School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yamin of Revolution. Trump strikes Iran again. That's a big mistake. World War III alert. Before we get into that, let's be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, we back to war. Let's get to the content. Salute.
The Qatam Al-Anbiya Air Defense Headquarters announced that one of the enemy drones flying over Keshem Island was shot down by a new air defense system early this morning on Tuesday. Footage shows the drone's wreckage being moved by boat during the latest confrontation, marking yet another sharp escalation in tensions between Tehran and Washington. Iranian sources said they had shot down at least 3 MQ-9A Reaper unmanned combat aerial vehicles that entered Iranian airspace, stating the interceptions disrupted U.S. attacks targeting the islands of Keshem and Jask. Iran shot down the drones over the Strait of Hormuz, using a newly introduced interceptor system named Arash Kamingir, described as having hidden capabilities. Arash Kamingir is most likely a specialized version of the Shahed 358, designed and developed for the IRGC Air Defense Force. Chronologically, the day before, the U.S. entered the Strait of Hormuz to launch another attack on an IRGC speedboat, killing 4 crew members, including a fishing boat. But Iranian air defense countered the threat and shot down the drones in less than 20 minutes, and IRGC retaliated against U.S. naval ships last night, leaving the U.S. disoriented and disorganized. Unable to locate the air defense sites, they struck several points on the islands of Keshem and Jask. New footage shows Iranian full military control over the entire Strait of Hormuz. Tehran's control zone now extends from Mount Mubarak to Fujairah in the east, and from Keshem Island to al-Qawain in the west. The Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps has warned that any violation of the ceasefire is unacceptable and will be met with force, and cautioned that no radar-evading drones will again violate the Gulf's airspace.
Last night, Donald Trump launched military attacks against Iran while there were negotiations taking place regarding a peace deal. This is now backfiring in Donald Trump's face. Let me tell you what went down following Donald Trump launching these military strikes, which have severely harmed the ability to enter into a negotiated resolution. The Trump regime claimed it was acting in self-defense when it unilaterally decided to attack missile launch sites and Iranian boats near the Strait of Hormuz. We heard numerous explosions in the coastal cities of Bandar Abbas, Sariq, Jask, and military bases therein. Iran responded right away. We heard from various Iranian leaders Here's what they had to say. Iran's President Pezeshkian said, quote, "We will not yield to the enemy's excessive demands, and the rights of the Iranian people must be fully respected." MB Ghalibaf, Iran's parliament leader and one of their lead negotiators, said, "No executioner can stand in the faith of Iran's faithful soldiers." Brigadier General Abdullah of Iran said, "We will make the Persian Gulf safe, and we are prepared to deliver a harsh and hellish response to any aggression." You had Mohammad Makhdami respond to Donald Trump posting memes of the United States flag on Iran. And this individual said, "The flag which you colored on the social media platform upon the map of our dear country in reality is only used to cover the coffins of your soldiers, oh dreamer." So if Donald Trump thought that this targeting of Iranian sites in the middle of a negotiation was going to be helpful, it's having the exact opposite impact. You also had North Korea firing an unidentified amount of projectiles off the country's west coast, according to South Korea's military officials yesterday. North Korea continues to do this in order to basically mock the weak United States or non-existent United States security umbrella in Asia at this point. You have Russia warning Marco Rubio, "Get all American diplomats out of Kyiv because we're going to blow up the entire city." Russia warns it plans to launch a series of systemic strikes on defense industrial facilities in Kyiv and urge foreign citizens and diplomats get out now. Rubio has never looked more weak and pathetic. You have Rubio claiming, "But Russia and China told me that they're not okay with Iran controlling the Strait of Hormuz," while you have Russia threatening Rubio, and Rubio again backing down, not even condemning Russia's attack on Kyiv, while all of America's allies, or I should say former allies, were condemning the attacks on Kyiv. Even the Financial Times is talking about how utterly outmaneuvered Donald Trump has been by Iran in these negotiations. This is the Financial Times headline: "Iran has outdone Trump in the art of deal making," which frankly, though, is very easy. Donald Trump's never been a deal maker. He's always used the pretext of negotiation to sucker punch. Trump's the worst kind of scum. He's a sucker puncher. He lures you in with the idea of a negotiation where people exercise good faith. And when you let your guard down, he sucker punches you, right? The worst form of scumbag, sucker punchers. That's exactly what Donald Trump's been his entire life. A fraud, a crook, a criminal. He's a sexual predator. He's been found civilly liable for sexual assault. The biggest scum of the scum who shouldn't be representing our nation or be near the White House is out there making a complete mockery of the United States. And pay attention to what's going on in the world as well. It's why we cover international affairs. In about 90 minutes, I'm going to release another video on this YouTube channel where I do a deeper dive into the international geopolitical situation taking place right now and specifically over the last 12 to 24 hours. But I want to note in this video that you have Pakistan's President Sharif and Pakistan's Field Minister Munir. They were meeting with Xi Jinping in China, where they announced a cooperation agreement, firm cooperation, where they talked about their shared values and all of the agreements that they're actually reaching, unlike Donald Trump, who Xi Jinping said that you represent a declining country, and Donald Trump just took it like the weak and pathetic loser that he is. But also one of the things that Iran wants to happen right now is for China to serve as the guarantor of any deal regarding Iranian nuclear material and as a guarantor for an enduring peace in the Middle East. And specifically what Iran has been coordinating behind the scenes with China, and we see Pakistan doing it as well, and Trump's too stupid to realize what's going on, is a complete realignment of the security architecture in the Middle East, replacing the United States in the region with China. Whereas it used to be a U.S. security umbrella, what Iran and China are very sophisticatedly doing behind the scenes is they're setting up an architecture where China becomes the dominant power there, the main guarantor, and America first means America alone. Watch what's going on behind the scenes, because That is what is happening. And it's just utterly absurd that the Trump regime is like, we were doing purely defensive operations, everybody, when we attacked Iran last night. This was purely defensive in nature, and nobody's buying it at all. For example, you have Iran's Islamic Republic Broadcasting Network. Here's what they said in response to Donald Trump saying, we attacked Iran during the middle of negotiations and self-defense. Let me just make one other point here as well. So back last June, remember there was a deal in principle reached between the United States and Iran. Then what happened? Trump launched Midnight Hammer. In February, the foreign minister of Oman entered into a mediated, negotiated settlement between the United States and Iran. And then that night, that Friday night, end of February, Trump launched Epic Fury. Now you have the Pakistani mediator, the Field Marshal Munir, and the Pakistani leadership reaching a mediated negotiation where there was a deal on Saturday. And then what happens on Monday, and we saw it forming on Sunday, Trump regime, Netanyahu then launched these attacks near the Strait of Hormuz and say, whoa, we were just being defensive. This was a self-defensive maneuver. The Islamic Republic Broadcasting Network said the following: we just found out that it is possible to kill 80,000 people, including more than 10,000 children, displace 2 million people, and call it self-defense, Barry Malone writes. There's a video on the timeline today of a Palestinian man weeping over the body of his dead 6-year-old daughter. She was killed in an Israeli attack on a tent. There is no ceasefire. There was never a ceasefire, and they have never stopped slaughtering the children of Gaza. It's what we've been saying here on the Midas Touch Network since the Trump regime announced there's a ceasefire, there's a ceasefire. Everything Donald Trump and Netanyahu say are lies. Every syllable, every utterance, every sound, lie after lie after lie. And Trump will say, oh, we did a deal, the greatest deal. I brought in $18 trillion, $21 trillion. Completely false. How false? If he says he brought in $18 trillion, it's $18 trillion false. And I know, the human mind is not necessarily able and equipped to just deal with massive, gigantic lies pouring in all of the time. But we have to equip our fellow people of the world, I was going to say American citizens, people of the world, about these authoritarian tactics, because it is a barrage of lies bolstered by trillion-dollar media apparatus to brainwash the masses and to make war is peace, right? It's why we at the Midas Touch Network call this out all the time. I mean, look at this map right here. It was just self-defense. We live here. You came 7,000 miles away. You see, the geography was quite aggressive geography you got there. And then you have what's Donald Trump doing while you have Iran coordinating with China, coordinating with Russia, coordinating with BRICS. Very sophisticated, detailed 4, 5, 8, 12-dimensional chess taking place. And then you have Donald Trump posting stupid memes last night. More stupid AI cartoon memes of Obama's Iran policy, pallets of cash, Trump's Iran policy, and it's like an AI meme of American warships blowing up Iranian airplanes. And I really don't know what you're talking about, Donald. You lost control over the Strait of Hormuz. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz. You did not eliminate the Islamic Republic. Everything you said that was going to happen in Epic Fury did not happen. The proposal that you agreed to with Pakistan as the mediator would give Iran billions and billions of dollars. And now when you were called out for that by Netanyahu and the neocon warmongers, now you are going back on a deal that you made because you never actually can make deals. And now you're posting AI memes. Look, Obama never gave cash money to Iran. Obama removed sanctions on Iran and removed frozen funds that belonged to Iran and got a JCPOA, got Iran to remove its nuclear material to non-weapons grade under the supervision of the IAEA and under a strong international control mechanism without there being a war. You are now in a quagmire, got America into a war, create all of these wars around the world, cannot stop the war in Ukraine like you promised in 24 hours. You've created one of the biggest disasters, perhaps the biggest disaster geopolitically in American history. And while you go, well, only 13 people died. I mean, how dare you say only 13 people died? Those are 13 brave, courageous service members who died for your catastrophic and unlawful war. So don't demean their memory. Don't you dare ever demean their memory. You understand, you vile piece of trash, you. Don't you ever demean their memory, you sick, draft dodging loser, you, number one. How dare you, and how dare you do it on Memorial Day? But beyond the loss of life, the geopolitical damage that has been done to the United States standing, when you compound your disastrous tariffs against the world, then this geopolitical mess that you got the United States into, weakening the United States forever, you will always be remembered as the biggest loser in world history. That will be your memory. And while you try to erect UFC stadiums around the White House, everybody knows that you're doing it to compensate for the fact that you are a pathetic, vile loser. You've always been one. You've been a con artist that, for reasons that remain unclear to me, are able to brainwash people with your massive lies. But there's a reason why your approval is only 30% right now, or 33% right now, according to some polls. The worst in the worst in presidential history, worse than Nixon when he resigned. And so while you see these photos of the UFC stadium going up, where it's actually not going to be a stadium for actual fans. Trump's going to use our military members as props and put them there, basically. So that's what he's doing. And then yesterday he inspected the pillars at the White House because he wants to take down the pillars and replace them with Corinthian pillars, or like Corinthian gold pillars. So he was inspecting the pillars yesterday. I'm going to leave us with this because I thought it was very articulate. And it's a little bit of a cleanse after this video, which I thought were very refreshing words from Pope Leo XIII, who's been calling out Donald Trump and Trump's rogue regime. And here he talks about the consequences of unregulated and unrestricted AI in theaters of war, economy, culture, and elsewhere. And I thought it was a profoundly significant observation from a very deep thinker. And again, whether you're religious or not religious, as you know, or no religion at all, as we say on the Midas Touch Network, we just want you to be a good person, okay, and care about others. That's what's most important here. But I thought this was profoundly insightful. Let's play it.
Very troubling voices have also reached me about increasingly autonomous weapons systems, practically beyond any human reach to govern them effectively. I hear very troubling accounts of algorithms that can block access to healthcare, employment, and security on the basis of data tainted by prejudice and injustice. And I've heard the silence of those who have no voice when decisions are made. Decisions likely to generate new forms of exclusion and suffering. From this listening, matured a disturbing conviction expressed in Magnifica Humanitas.
There you have it, folks. Let me know what you think. Hit subscribe. Let's get to 7 million subscribers. Thank you all so much.
Each other.
The Americans bombed two naval vessels, small naval vessels. I think two were on each, and they murdered 4 soldiers, 4 guards. And it was unprovoked, and they were in Iranian territorial water. and there's no excuse. They were implying, I think, that they had something to do with mines, but they were not even in a place which had anything to do with which would have any need for mines. It was Iranian territory. So it's very strange, and we're seeing very different messages from the United States. The Iranians responded; they fired missiles, and also I think there was a ship struck hours ago alongside the coast of Oman outside of the Persian Gulf, possibly a response to the U.S. aggression. But the point is that we are getting mixed messages from the United States. On the one hand, we saw all those messages. First, we had flexibility from the Americans, and the deal, in my opinion, is a good deal for Iran. And then there was a lot of pushback in the United States, and then Trump began to make all these crazy tweets that if he was serious, that would mean that the deal was completely undermined. But from my understanding, at the negotiating table, his tweets had nothing to do, or his social media posts had nothing to do with what was going on at the negotiating table. But the last, I don't know, 5% or the last bits are frozen, from my understanding. They've been frozen for a few days now. Then we had this assault, and it's unclear why the United States is trying to, first of all, they murdered 4 people. 4 families have lost their young sons, and it's unclear why they're doing this, why they did this. And then we had, of course, the Israeli regime again saying that they're going to carpet bomb Beirut and bring down all the apartment blocks. And you would think there would be, of course, outrage in the West, but the West has really exposed itself. There's human rights and all that, the nonsense, that the facade that we would hear about for decades, or that we would see for decades, it's all gone. But Netanyahu wants to expand the war in Lebanon, to carry out airstrikes on civilian targets at a much greater, much more extensively, in order to wreck the ceasefire. Because, and it should remind us all of what happened during the first ceasefire. After the fighting, and when right before the Islamabad talks, there was an agreement so that ships that were linked to those countries that were helping the United States against Iran, the Saudis, the Emiratis, Qatar, Bahrain, and the UAE, they would be able to leave. But one of the conditions was a regional ceasefire, including Lebanon. And so as soon as that ceasefire agreement was declared, Netanyahu began carpet bombing cities in Beirut. He killed hundreds of people in 10 minutes. I mean, it's amazing what, just talking about these things and how the West just lets it happen and Western journalists are quiet. It's just unbelievable how the narrative in the West what it used to be like and what it is now when it comes to the Israeli regime. But in any case, he wrecked the ceasefire back then. If he had halted the fighting, then we wouldn't be in this global economic crisis that we're in today, because the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz would have increased back then. That's like a month and a half ago, more than a month and a half ago. So right now, it seems like he wants to do the same thing. And then the Iranians responded saying that if he does this, then the peace process, the negotiations will be disrupted or stopped altogether. So this is where we are right now. And then on the other hand, Trump put out a social media post, I'm sure you want to get to that, where he talks about the Iranian nuclear program, and he says, instead of saying that the enriched uranium has to go to the United States, he's talking about alternatives. Now, Iran is not negotiating this with the United States yet. It has left this after the first stage. If the first stage passes off successfully, if the 60 days confidence building measures are implemented, then there will be negotiations, which will be about Iran, the sanctions against Iran, which are very extensive, and many of them are law in the United States because Congress and the Senate have approved of them, and of course the nuclear program. So, but that will be left for later. But now we have the challenge of the U.S. provoking Iranians by killing Iranian sailors, and the Israeli regime slaughtering innocent civilians in order to wreck the ceasefire. So it's really unclear what will happen. No one knows. Everyone is just saying we have to wait and see. You can't even say like there's this will probably happen or that will probably happen. It's too cloudy. It's too cloudy. You can't see through the fog.
Yeah. Iranian response, as we've learned from IRGC, they shot down a MQ-9 drone, and the other drone was, they fired at another drone, RQ-4 and F-35. It seems that F-35 is in the region. Are they testing Iranian air defense system to see the location of the air defense system, or to see what's going on close to the close to the Strait of Hormuz? What is the capabilities of Iranian army, Iranian IRGC, when it comes to the air defense and the improvement of the air defense system of Iran?
Well, obviously that is a part of it, but they actually did kill 4 people. 4 people were martyred, so it goes even further than that. They haven't done any extensive damage beyond that. I mean, when they said they fired missiles at launchers and that sort of thing, that's none of that was really serious. What happened basically was that Iranians fired missiles at them after they murdered those 4 sailors, and then they fired missiles back. And then today, a ship was hit off the coast of Oman. I don't know exactly what was on that ship, but I think it was a commercial ship. But I think that was probably had something to do with the UAE. I'm guessing. But in any case,
it was an oil tanker, Professor Manandi.
For which country?
This one, off the coast of Oman.
Yes, but probably near UAE, because Oman and the UAE, they're right
so
beside
close.
each other. Yeah, so Iran has never struck anything that belongs to Oman. During the war, they remained untouched. There were a couple of drones that hit Oman, and it was clear that it was from the Emirates or Saudi Arabia, because Iran has very good relations with Oman. Actually, Oman has benefited enormously by staying out of this war, and they have excellent relations with Iran, and they have had no damage. And that's the path that the others could have chosen, and they chose to do the opposite and assist the Americans. But in any case, the point is that when you look at what the Americans did in the Persian Gulf, and when you look at what Netanyahu is planning to do in Lebanon, and what he has been doing, and then when you look at Trump's social media posts that I explained earlier, it's very difficult to see where things are going to go. The Speaker of Parliament went to Qatar to make sure that, as a part of this agreement, that the transfer, I think about $12 billion to Iran from Qatar takes place, actually happens, because we've had the last time Qatar, our money, if you recall, I'm sure you recall, it was when it was stuck in Korea, South Korea. Then they transferred it to Qatar, and then they wouldn't transfer it to Iran. The Americans were dishonest. The Biden government, they were dishonest, and they wouldn't let that money through, even though there was an agreement. They used they used shortcomings in their agreement, loopholes, to prevent Iran from using it. So this time round, the Iranian delegation is in Qatar to make sure there's no loophole, and as soon as there's an agreement, if there is an agreement, that money is swiftly transferred to Iran.
Just before talking about, I want to focus on what has happened in Qatar, but here we've learned that Oman is improving the relationship in terms of the trade with Iran. And a new decree, an executive decree ordering Oman to increase its volume of trade and economic relations with Iran, which was signed by the Sultan of Oman. And I think the new mechanism of the Strait of Hormuz is bringing these two countries together as well. And Iran said is not going to be a toll. Yesterday, we learned from the foreign minister of Iran there would be no toll system, but is a fee system, or something like environmental fee, something of that sort.
Yeah. So there's no toll, but there'll be a fee. Now, you can. In any case, they're going to take. They're going to benefit from each ship passing through, and they will. But more, perhaps just as important, is the fact that they will be able to control who goes through, because they don't want American naval ships to go through. They don't want American ships to go through that carry equipment for naval bases or Israeli regime equipment or anything like that. So Iranians are going to remain in charge of the Strait of Hormuz, and they are cooperating with Oman, and the Omani government is fine with it. And as you rightly point out, that the relationship is expanding. The same is true with Pakistan, and both to the detriment of the Emirates. Of course, Dr. Ghalibaf's trip to Qatar is both to negotiate and to make sure that the money is, if there's an agreement, is swiftly transferred to Iran. But also, he's there to improve relations with countries in the Persian Gulf, because they made, except for Oman and Iraq, of course, they made a bad choice in supporting the United States and helping them kill all these Iranians and destroying so much of our infrastructure. But the Iranian Ayatollah Khamenei, he has stressed on more than one occasion that we have to have good relations with our neighbors. And so Dr. Ghalibaf, I'm sure, he is there also to see if there are ways to improve the relationship with the countries in the Persian Gulf, to push them or draw them away from the United States, at least to a degree.
Actually, moments ago, before coming to this live, we had the account of Ayatollah Mujtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran, publishing that he says, I invite all Islamic countries and governments to friendship and cooperation in goodness, so that by working together, we may take steps towards the advancement of the Islamic Ummah and the resolution of the Islamic world problems. Here is a new concept, in my opinion, what's going on out of this war, this conflict, which is the solution that the Iranian supreme leader is talking about: a new security architecture, a new cooperation, something that would bring peace and prosperity to the region. What is the Iranian concept on that, and how far Iranians would go to achieve that?
Well, this is something that actually the martyr Ayatollah Khamenei was also pursuing. But I think what the Iranians are now thinking, and what Ayatollah Sayyid Mujtaba Khamenei is now thinking, and this is the third time within this short period of time that he's spoken about neighbors and the need to have improved relations. The thinking is now that since this war, these countries have recognized that the United States is not doing them any good, that following the United States has done enormous damage to their image and to their infrastructure and to their economies. And so now perhaps is an opportunity to convince them to not to change completely, because these are countries that are, their leaders are proxies, and their families, they go to the West, they study in the West, they spend their vacation in the West. I'm sure there's a lot of videos of their family members doing things that they shouldn't be doing in the West. So, up to a point, though, Iran thinks that now is a good opportunity to draw them away from the United States, at least so that there will be more safety and security in the region. And what Iran has been proposing is that the countries in the Persian Gulf region together, they establish their own security, a collective security. But again, it's still very early, and we're still potentially on the verge of war again. But still, this is something that they are pursuing. But again, it could be hypothetically. I doubt it tonight or tomorrow night. But hypothetically speaking, we could be at war the next time you and I have this conversation. So nothing is clear. We could have an agreement. We could have stalemate for the days to come. We could have war. It's completely unclear where things are going. But in any case, the leader's message, the Hajj message that I think is a very interesting message that just came out on his Twitter account and other accounts, and his Telegram account. That, alongside Dr. Ghalibaf's trip to Qatar, and as far as I know, he's still there. At least he was this morning. I think that is a new effort by Iran to see if things can change, and there does seem to be some movement. I don't know the details, but apparently there are some bilateral discussions going on between Iran and the other countries in the Persian Gulf region, and there has been some progress.
Yeah, as you've mentioned, it seems that the signs of these, because it wasn't just the head of the parliament together with foreign minister and the head of the central bank of Iran, Hemmati, he was there because they want to know how they transfer the money, the frozen Iranian assets, which is something like $24 billion. And it seems that the United States has agreed to release at least half of that before 60 days of ceasefire. And during the 60 days of ceasefire, they're gonna release
at the very beginning,
the second
at the
half.
At the beginning, I think about half of it is supposed to be released, and then the rest comes gradually, if we have an agreement, and if the agreement
who's gonna guarantee that? It's gonna be the Qatari government or the United States?
Well, at the end of the day, Iran has learned a lot from the nuclear deal, the JCPOA. In the JCPOA, which I was involved with the JCPOA negotiations. I was in Vienna when it was signed. I was like the media advisor to the foreign minister, Dr. Zarif, back then. And the mistake that we made, the Iranians, meaning I wasn't a negotiator, but was that we in the agreement we had certain commitments, and the Americans had some commitments. And the Iranians carried out their commitments, and then the Americans wouldn't carry out theirs. And the Iranians were chasing after the Americans until the end of Obama's term in office, and the Americans just wouldn't implement the deal. So it turned out not to be a good deal for those reasons. If the Americans had actually been faithful and honest to the agreement, it would have been a decent deal. But we made the mistake of allowing them to have these loopholes and to take advantage of us. So this time around, the Iranians are not willing to do that. So at the very start, they have to receive that money, and that's why they're in Qatar, to make sure that this goes through immediately. That there are no hiccups. But at the end of the day, the Iranians have the most important piece of leverage, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. And if the American side does not abide by its commitments, then the strait is closed. That's why Iran got such a good deal. In the war, they had the upper hand, and as a result, they were also able to maintain control over the Strait of Hormuz. And the U.S. siege is a double-edged sword. It's hurting the Iranian economy, but it's devastating the global economy and, of course, the economies of these five Arab regimes in the Persian Gulf too. So the Iranians have, this time around, they're not going to carry out their side of the bargain and then wait for this other side to do so. Because Obama didn't, and Trump is definitely worse than Obama. Mm-hmm. He's worse in the sense that he's untrustworthy, dishonest, and which actually, some Americans may think that this is a good thing. It's actually a bad thing for the United States because it makes it impossible to come to any agreement with the United States. Almost it makes it much more difficult because no one trusts the United States.
Yeah, I think many people know that, because if Donald Trump feels just in the next 2 hours, he feels that he can defeat Iran by attacking it, he's going to do that. He doesn't care about negotiation, what's going on, and what has happened so far.
And the Iranians are far more prepared for war today than they were 3 months ago. Economically speaking, as we discussed last time, yes, things are more difficult, obviously. But militarily speaking, Iran is much stronger than it was 3 months ago, significantly stronger. And Iran's allies across the region are more prepared, especially Yemen. So if war starts, it will be catastrophic for the global economy, because immediately the Red Sea will be shut down. Immediately, the Iranians will, as soon as the Americans strike, they're going to strike back. And these countries in the Persian Gulf, they don't stand a chance. And of course, the Israelis will be hammered day and night. So I think Trump doesn't want war. I think he's afraid of war. And the fact that he gave significant concessions in this agreement, it is an indication of that. But also the fact that the Americans were in such a rush to get this deal. The Iranians were slow. The Iranians, because of the JCPOA, the Iranians wanted to make sure there are no loopholes, nothing that the Americans could, take advantage of. The Iranians have gone to Qatar. They want to make sure everything will work correctly. But the Americans are in a rush. They have been. And then suddenly, as I said, we almost reached the finish line. And then you had the Zionists start screaming and yelling and expressing outrage and turning against Trump. And Trump seemed to get cold feet. And then we saw Netanyahu say he's going to destroy the cities, and it's like a monster. And again, the West completely ignores it. All this, one of the things that I've and then of course, I don't want to digress again, but it's just so upsetting. So Netanyahu, and then the killing of the 4 sailors. But then you have, on the other hand, Trump saying something different about nuclear enrichment. So, it's unclear where things are going to go. We could have an agreement by this time tomorrow, perhaps, and we could have stalemate and then ultimately war. If anyone thinks it's one, there's a more chance of one or the other, I can't see the logic. It's just everything is too unclear. But in any case, just what I wanted to say is that it's really, Western journalists should really be ashamed of themselves. They have no credibility. They have no humanity. They have no, they have nothing. They're empty shells. In Gaza, they all pretended that we have no presence. We have no presence in Gaza. We cannot report and confirm the genocide, even though we were seeing it day and night for 2.5 years. And it is ongoing as we speak, and they're not talking about it anymore because they don't want people to focus on the genocide. But they have a presence in Lebanon. They have a very strong presence in Lebanon. Yet we see it doesn't make a difference at all. It doesn't make any difference whatsoever. The Israelis are carrying out slaughter day and night in Lebanon, slaughtering families, slaughtering children, exterminating families. And the journalists in Lebanon, no. They're useless. The Western journalists, they're useless. The mainstream Western media journalists, they're useless, and it doesn't matter if they're present or absent. Policy is always the same.
What would happen to American blockade if the Iran decides to gradually open up the Strait of Hormuz? What would be the future of the blockade, of American blockade, and their forces in the region?
Well, they'd have to lift the blockade, and the Iranians won't gradually open it. The Iranians will open up, but it will take time, of course, for things to normalize. But the number of ships that are to pass through the strait within a month should be the normal number, and the the Americans will waive sanctions on the Iranian energy sector. Those assets will be released, as we discussed. There will be a regional ceasefire, and the Americans are responsible for the Israeli regime because in the text it's Iran and its allies and the U.S. and its allies, which makes the Israeli regime equivalent to Hezbollah. Iran equivalent to the United States, the Israeli regime equivalent to Hezbollah. But then the Iranians will state that they will not have a nuclear weapon, which is fine because the Iranians have been saying that for decades. That's nothing new. Then, if all this goes well, after 2 months, then they begin a negotiating process about sanctions and about the nuclear program. And then we have to see if we have stalemate then, or if we go back to sanctions, or we go back to siege warfare, or we go to war. So after 2 months, it's unclear what happens then, because the gap is very wide. I mean, the Iranians are not going to give up their peaceful nuclear program or enrichment or anything like that. And of course, the Americans are going to have a very difficult time finding a way, if they want to, if they're sincere about it, if they want to remove the sanctions. And the sanctions that have been imposed by presidential decree, that can be dealt with, or the Treasury Department. But the sanctions that are from Congress and that are law, that's a much more complicated situation.
Yeah, but the Trump administration is willing to lift the sanctions by the government, by his administration, that his administration going to be able to lift those sanctions. I'm talking about, you mentioned two different type of sanctions. One of them from the U.S., from the Trump administration or the U.S. presidents, and the other part, the Congress. And it seems that they lifting of sanctions on this energy sector of Iran is part of those plans, part of those lines that are part of the duty and responsibility of the Trump administration to do that. It's not related to the Congress.
Yes, for the first 60 days, he will waive those sanctions, just like they waived sanctions for Russian oil, and also they waived sanctions for Iranian oil during the war because they wanted to keep down prices, although Iran made a huge amount of money as a result. But after 60 days, then they have to talk about sanctions in general, which go beyond waiving energy sector sanctions. They have to remove all sanctions. And removing all sanctions includes sanctions that are in place due to laws. So the Iranians are not going to just accept the Americans saying, well, there's nothing we can do about it because it's a law. The Iranians will say, that's not our problem. So if the Americans refuse to remove those sanctions, then obviously the Iranians will do much less, or be willing to cooperate much less after 2 months with regards to other issues that exist between Iran and the United States. But in any case, that's for then. I mean, that for now, we have to see if we even get to this initial stage. That's still not clear.
Let's be optimistic a little bit, because I am not optimistic. I'm a pessimist, sort of, But let's be.
Well, actually, I'm not pessimistic at all. I think either way, and I don't like war. Yeah, but if the Americans go back to war, they're going to lose the war. If they continue with siege warfare, the global economy is going to collapse. The Iranian economy will go downhill, but the Iranians will manage. They will wait till the other side gives up. This is, as I've said many times, this is an existential war for Iran. This is not a war of choice. But for the United States, it's going to be increasingly problematic continuing this policy as the ship sinks, because people are saying, why are we doing this? Why are we is it all for Israel? Is it all for Zionism? Does India have to go down because of Zionism? Does Australia, does Niger, does Brazil, do all these countries have to suffer because of Zionism? Do the American people have to suffer because of Zionism, because of Netanyahu? So that is going to make it much more difficult for the United States. So if we can go down the path of war or siege warfare, it's not going to do the United States any good. It'll make the world a worse place, a more difficult place, no doubt. But with regards to the Iran-US conflict, it's not going to benefit the United States. But if you want to say, if the more reasonable approach is taken by the Americans, then you want to ask, and there's an agreement.
I think Smotrich just pointed out yesterday that Netanyahu pushed Trump into war with Iran. And he said that, basically mentioning how what was the role of Israel in this war. And I think Donald Trump, Professor Randy, coming to the domestic problems of Donald Trump is not just about the global economy, it's about what is happening in the United States. And many people would argue maybe Iran should continue this sort of desperation of Donald Trump for a few months to see what would happen to Donald Trump. What would you say to those people who are arguing that Iran, by making a deal with the United States, would somehow help Donald Trump and his sort of position in the United States?
Well, I think if Iran gets a good deal, that saves lives in Lebanon, it saves lives in Gaza, but just as important, we have the potential for starvation across the world. And we are getting news that also the weather patterns for the coming year, including in Brazil, may be very detrimental to global agriculture. And so on the one hand, we have a fertilizer issue. And on the other hand, the weather in the coming year, it is said that it's going to be very unsuitable for agriculture in many important parts of the world. So if this continues, it could lead to starvation in different parts of the world. I hate Trump just as much as everyone else does, and I hate Zionism and all, but people in the Indian subcontinent, seeing starvation there or somewhere in Africa or anywhere else, that would be, that's something that has to be stopped. That has to be prevented. So if we can get an agreement to end this siege, I think if it's a reasonable and good agreement, I think that's priority.
In the case of Lebanon, Professor Marandi, yesterday, again, Smotrich said for each and every drone, we're going to bring down 10 buildings in Lebanon. And as we talk, they're hitting cities, villages in Lebanon and destroying, the buildings. What can we get from this deal between Iran and the United States, considering the conflict between Israel and Lebanon, which we know Israel doesn't want to see any sort of deal between Iran and the United States? Everybody knows that. That's why they're escalating every time there was some sort of talks about the deal agreement between Iran and the United States. Israel attacked Lebanon and killed many people. And right now they're doing the same. How can that be avoided as time goes by?
Well, first of all, I think Netanyahu and the Zionists are exposing themselves to the world. Western media doesn't want people to hear this, and this but on social media and elsewhere, people across the world are seeing what's going on, and the West can't hide it. I mean, the BBC, CNN, and the New York Times and Fox News and Sky News, they can't hide this. Enough people are seeing it because political awareness is much greater today, especially among the youth, than it was before. But this is destroying the Israeli regime further. I mean, the hatred for the regime just increases. It's becoming, all the youth have turned against the regime across the world and in the West in particular. And this is just going to intensify. And every year you're going to see the older people who continue to support this genocidal regime, they leave this world, and younger people become increasingly influential. This is not good for the regime. But there's another issue here too, and that is that governments across the world are going to increasingly turn against the Israeli regime, because Iran is not going to accept a deal where the Israeli regime is allowed to carry out a genocide in Lebanon. It's not going to happen. We already saw that. The first ceasefire before we went to Islamabad, the Israelis began carpet bombing Lebanon to block it, and Iran said, "Okay, well, to at least exclude Lebanon from the ceasefire." And the Iranians said, "No, under no." And Trump said Lebanon is not a part of it. The Iranians said, "No, it is." And Pakistan acknowledged it. And the Iranians said, "If you don't abide by the ceasefire, those ships from these 5 countries, they're not moving." And they didn't. So, and that's why for the last month and a half, more than a month and a half, the global crisis has been getting worse by the hour. Now, if the Israeli regime continues to do this, then there won't be an agreement. And so countries across the world not only will be seeing this genocidal regime that as Hezbollah hits tanks, they take their revenge and slaughter tens of people and families and bring down apartment blocks. Not only will they see that and see the regime with greater disgust, but also they'll be seeing that they'll say that the governments will be saying that the Israelis are sacrificing my economy, my country, for their own genocidal policies. So it's going to hurt the regime both at the international and political level, but also with regards to the global population. It's a lose-lose situation for the regime. But as I said, there's no way that Iran will allow Lebanon to be excluded, and Iran is willing to pay a price. That's why we have a siege on Iranian ports right now, and it's also morality aside, which of course is for us it's very important, ultimate importance. But morality aside, if the United States is allowed to get away with violating the ceasefire, whether it's through the Israeli regime or through its own policies, then they will just progressively violate the ceasefire again and again, and they'll expect Iran to carry out its obligations, and they will violate and they'll discontinue implementing their obligations. So the first sign of the United States violating the deal for the Iranians would mean that we have to stop implementing the deal as well. Again, going back to the JCPOA, the Americans violated the deal again and again and again, and the Iranians, they'd already implemented their side of the bargain, and it was very difficult for them to go back. And so they had to keep insisting, but Obama didn't care. In fact, he would increasingly violate the deal as time moved on. And that is what the Iranians have learned. They've learned that at the first sign of the Americans violating their side of the bargain, immediately the Iranians will respond. And so they've constructed the entire deal in a way so that the Americans, if they chose not to implement the deal, the Iranians could immediately stop implementing the deal too. Just like we saw, again, sorry for being repetitive, but just as we saw during when they agreed upon the first ceasefire after the hot war, when the Israeli regime began carpet bombing Beirut.
I think what you've just mentioned is of particular importance for Iranian position, because we've seen what has happened during JCPOA when Donald Trump decided to withdraw from JCPOA and they snap back sanctions and all that confusion happening. Nothing of that sort this time around Iran gonna have in this new deal if they achieve it. Let's put it.
And you know what, Nima? This is a very important point. Often they say that, if Trump can get the JCPOA, something like the JCPOA again, that would be an achievement. He will never get the JCPOA again, because the JCPOA was not a good deal for Iran, but it was a good deal for the United States. And Trump undermined it. Why was it a good deal for the United States and a bad deal for Iran? because the United States did not because it was constructed in a way which allowed the United States not to fulfill its side of the bargain. If the United States had implemented its side of the deal, it would have been a balanced agreement. But the United States didn't do that because of the loopholes, because the Iranians, they rushed through the deal. And that's the fault of President Rouhani, who insisted on getting this deal done and put pressure on the foreign ministry and Dr. Zarif. I think, he bears responsibility for that. But in any case, now Iran is never going to let that happen again at the negotiating table. Whether it's about this first stage of a potential deal or the subsequent stage when they sit down and talk about sanctions and the nuclear program. That is never going to happen again because Iran will not sign an agreement in future where the Americans hold the cards. That won't happen again. The JCPOA was a mistake, and Trump, in a way, Trump helped Iran escape this agreement.
Do you think that participation of Europeans in JCPOA was a mistake as well?
The world we were living in a different world back then. Europe had more weight at the beginning, in 2002, 2003, and it gradually went downhill. Europe today, I mean, if we're going to have, let's say, negotiations, Iran is not going to include the Europeans or the EU. We don't really care about them, and they're not important. And one of the fact that the Ukraine war continues, it's weakening Europe by the day. And the Europeans have no moral status. I mean, the facade is all gone after supporting the ongoing Holocaust in Gaza and the genocidal attacks in Lebanon. And of course, the betrayal of Iran because they tried to take Iran back to the UN, even though it was the US that left the deal and it was they who violated their commitments, not Iran. So, and I think that in the months ahead, with the war in Ukraine, is probably going to get more intense, and Russia is probably going to have to take some decisions, and that is going to make Europe even in a more difficult position than before, and the United States, by the way. So the war in Ukraine actually, war is a terrible thing, but it strengthens Iran's hand on multiple fronts. And if Russia pushes harder, it makes it more difficult for the United States and the Europeans. But in any case, Europe does not have the weight that it had before. So no, Iran is not going to include them again. This is going to be between Iran and the United States.
I think before what Hamas did on October 7th about the future of Palestine is historic, in my opinion. Many people say tragedy. It was a tragedy. It was a genocide happening in Gaza, but I would say that is the future for Palestinian people because they ended the Abraham Accord. Because you remember what was happening before October the 7th. All of these GCC countries, together with Turkey, were normalizing the relationship with Israel. They wanted to ignore the Palestinian right. And so that has changed right now. Do you think that in the new attitude of Iran toward GCC countries, how are they going to talk with GCC countries, together with Pakistan, with Turkey, about the Abraham Accord? Because yesterday Donald Trump mentioned maybe Iran would join Abraham Accords. I don't know where does it come from because it's a nonsense. Whoever knows Iranian policy and Iran doesn't recognize Israel, how can you? What is your understanding? What do you make of it?
First of all, Iran can never join the accords because Iran doesn't recognize the Israeli regime because it is an ethno-supremacist regime, because it is racist and it has no moral legitimacy. So for Iran, when the regime has no moral legitimacy, there's nothing to discuss. There's no agreement that we can have with them. These other countries, Turkey and the others who've been ordered by Trump in his Truth Social post to sign on to this agreement, and which is, humiliating for them not to respond. They should respond to Trump and say, no, we won't. But in any case, they can't, because the world and the regional public opinion is so hostile towards the Israeli regime. One thing that happened after October the 7th is that the world woke up to the reality of Palestine. I mean, what happened on October the 7th, we don't have to go over this, but if it was any people, if these were Americans that were stuck in Gaza, they would have done the same. If it was the Europeans stuck in Gaza for decades and kicked out of their homes and put in this concentration camp, they would have done the same thing. And they all know it. They all know it. And, Gaza had been under siege for decades. And, this is clear. Those in the West who want to, pretend that history began on October the 7th, they're just genocide supporters. And they're sinister people. They're evil. And whether they're journalists or diplomats or they're elites or whoever they are, they're just evil people. It's obvious what was going on before October the 7th. And I recall, I think when I was on Piers Morgan the first time, what shocked him was that I think before me, when he would tell everyone, do you condemn Hamas? And I said, I consider Hamas to be like the French. I don't remember what I said, but I said, what they did was exactly what the Europeans would have done, or the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. It's obvious, and now I think most people understand the reality of the situation, and of course the lies about these people. These Zionists are openly rape. I don't want to use the word. I don't want your YouTube channel to get into trouble, but they openly do things to men and women in prison, and they're celebrated, and then they lie about what happened on October the 7th. But in any case, these countries in the region, they're not going to be able to move closer to the Israeli regime because the regime is so deeply despised now, not just in the region or across the world. That's why I've been saying for the last couple of years that the Israeli regime is dying, just like the U.S. empire is dying. Kagan's article in the Atlantic, we shouldn't underestimate its importance. Robert Kagan's article basically says that this was the greatest defeat, the war on Iran, the greatest defeat for the United States in its history. And this is going to bring about a sea change. And the U.S. presence in our region is coming to an end. It won't happen tomorrow, but it's happening. And this economic crisis, it's only going to make things worse for the United States. Each day that goes by is going to weaken it further. And the same is true with the Israeli regime. Its sponsors are going downhill. It goes downhill with them. And the world hates the regime. So it can slaughter Palestinians right now. It can keep killing women and children in Lebanon. And again, I want to stress the heroism of Hezbollah. First of all, the way in which they're hitting back and they're striking tanks and striking the military, and the Israeli regime in its rage bombs Lebanon. But Hezbollah did this from the very beginning to draw off Israeli troops from Gaza at the request of the Palestinians, even though they knew that this would lead to slaughter of the families of the resistance and the communities supporting the resistance. They knew that this day would come. And yet they did it. And that just shows, they're the ones who stood up to ISIS and Al-Qaeda. And now we see ISIS and Al-Qaeda won't lift a finger for the Palestinians or even for to restore Syrian sovereignty, because that was never the intention. And so Hezbollah is a shining star of humanity, and their resistance to the Israeli regime is further exposing the regime's vulnerability today. But in any case, the regime is dying. The U.S. empire is dying. And what Trump did in the Persian Gulf and against Iran, what Trump and Netanyahu did was simply to fast forward this decline that that we've been seeing in the last few years, but especially the last couple of years in our region, it's moving much faster now. Their decline.
Let me ask something about the future. I want you to speculate. I know it's not fair, but let me ask you, because many people in the alternative media, many people who are supporting the acts of resistance, they want to know if Hezbollah or Lebanon gonna get some sort of air defense system, because this way they're gonna improve their capabilities drastically, and they can hit Israeli fighter jets when they go there. They want to destroy buildings, killing people, civilians. They have to get to that point, and at some point in the future. But how do you feel about that?
Well, the Iranians have, and I'm not very competent on these issues. I'm not very well acquainted with the new military technologies, but Iran has developed an air defense system that has been effective in the war, and where they've been able to bring down U.S. jets increasingly near the end. And one of Iran's friends in the region apparently wants to purchase this from Iran, and the technology and the capability. You can guess which country, but I don't want to name it. But what I'm saying is that this is something that could possibly be expanded elsewhere, and not just in Lebanon, but also in Iraq. So, we're in a changing world, but I think the Israeli regime's ultimate defeat is going to come about as a result of its being seen as illegitimate across the world, and the decline of the United States. So yes, the Iranians obviously will do whatever they can to help the resistance. I mean, if in Syria, I said this last time, if the Syrian government was serious about restoring Syrian sovereignty, Iran and the resistance would immediately go to their aid. But they have no intention of doing that. And if they did make that decision, the Jolani regime, have no doubt that Qatar and Erdogan and others will do nothing to help them. But Iran would immediately help, and the resistance in Iraq and the resistance in Lebanon, because the objective for the resistance is to end this, this outrage, this outrageous ethnic cleansing and slaughter of the Palestinian people. That's what the axis of resistance is all about. But I think that the balance of power is shifting away from has shifted away from the United States, and as a result, it shifts away from the Israeli regime. Without the United States, the Israeli regime is nothing, and without European support to complement that, again, nothing. When the United States is a changing country, we see how increasingly Zionism is despised. We are seeing conversations take place in the United States, which just a year and a half ago, we would have thought to be impossible in my lifetime.
Exactly.
I would go to the grave if I were to live a long life, and I would never have thought that these conversations that we're seeing now in the United States would be taking place. So I think that the forces of history, as they say, and of course we believe in more than just history. We believe in God's justice, but the forces of the forces that exist will ultimately undermine this regime.
Thank you so much, Professor Marandi, for being with us today.
Just one thing, Nima.
Go ahead.
Just one thing. I've said this many times.
I know what you're talking about.
And I know I'm exhausting some people. People, because
When I drop that story you talking about, I got to make sure all my T's is crossed and my I's is dotted for the
to restart guiding ships through the Strait of Hormuz. It's unclear whether that's a physical escort or whether it's now just going to be telling them where to go. There's some indication that they could actually be escorting vehicles through there. It says the United States is renewed this Project Freedom, an earlier U.S. initiative to guide ships through the vital shipping corridor. The official said the Navy plans to help about a dozen vessels, including super tankers and container ships, to cross through the waterways. Now, all this comes in the context of we're allegedly in the final stages of a negotiated settlement. President Trump said over the weekend we're 95% of the way there, and now then all of a sudden we're trying to restart Project Freedom, which is, according to the Iranian side, we're not even close to an agreement. So we're going to try to figure out what all this means. And we are very lucky today to have with us Colonel Douglas Macgregor back on the show, defense and foreign policy analyst, former advisor to the Secretary of Defense, and highly decorated combat veteran. Doug is always welcome back to the show, but man, how about that to hit you right upside the head when you start?
Well, we got to figure out what this is, what it really is versus what we may think it is. Let me be clear. Are we simply issuing instructions over the radio to ships that have already paid the toll and are passing out of the strait with the permission of the Iranians? I mean, it strikes me that could easily be the case for this Greek supertanker. We don't know that. I mean, they have 2 million barrels of crude. That's fine. They say they're going to be escorted by the United States Navy, but it really says guided as it crossed the waterway off the Omani coast. Well, that means the ship is already out of the strait. So we're not escorting anybody through the strait. We're just radioing instructions to vessels that have already passed through the strait. Now, is that what we're talking about? If it is, then it's not much of an achievement. I mean, you're essentially saying, "Oh, okay, here we'll help guide you once you're out of the strait, and thank you so much for your cooperation." Maybe that's one side of it. On the other hand, if we're telling the world that we are now going to sail into the strait and signal directly to various vessels who comes next, and then steaming through with them behind us, which is what escort usually means, well, then I guess we're restarting the war, because I'm sure the Iranians will sink the ships. So what is it? Do you have any idea, Dan? I don't know which is accurate.
Oh, it's just breaking just before we came on the air. And that one little snippet we showed you there from the Wall Street Journal is all that's been published so far. This completely comes out of nowhere. No one in the administration's even been talking about this for a week or so. And then to have just drop it on us, everybody, on Tuesday morning is kind of a curious thing. But, it seems to me, Doug, that this is just more evidence of this incredibly disjointed, seemingly haphazard way we're approaching this whole war, the negotiated settlement, et cetera. President Trump said, I think it was on either Sunday or Monday, hey, we are 95% of the way complete on a deal. Like everything's almost done. Just a little bit of stuff is left. Then all of a sudden, he says, by the way, last night, all the nuclear dust must immediately be given to us. If no dust, no money released. And then now this here, Project Freedom is going to be restarted here. Meanwhile, we're trying to get some negotiations. I'll show you what both Secretary of State Rubio as well as the Iranian side said here in just a second. But I mean, how do you keep track of all this stuff? Because it seems like it's just literally somebody throwing darts on the wall and seeing what happens.
Well, I think I'm beginning to develop an acute case of schizophrenia, which is helpful because it's the only way to follow Donald Trump. He twists himself like a pretzel and then jumps into a box, closes it behind him, and then magically tells you he solved the problem and it's peace breaking out all over. I think a lot of people have figured out that what this man does brilliantly, let's give him credit, is manipulate the markets. That's what he does. As for accomplishing anything with Iran at this point, I don't see any evidence for that at all.
And I said that we'll take a look at what the markets are, or what Secretary Rubio has had to say. But there was another thing that's seems to really throw a monkey wrench into this while we're trying to get to some kind of an agreed settlement. And again, over the weekend through yesterday, there's all kinds of reports on social media and leaked through Axios, et cetera, that most things have been agreed to. A lot has been agreed to, but we got to work on a couple of deals. We're working on that, et cetera. And then last night, all of a sudden, we get this note that the United States had attacked apparently some speedboats, from Iranian speedboats, missile launching capacities, facilities, and several other things here, which seem to be a complete violation of the ceasefire agreement. And one has to wonder, what was the purpose of that? Do you have any idea what was intended in our strike last night?
Well, the official line from CENTCOM was that we struck back in self-defense. In other words, that these small boats that had the capacity to lay mines, I guess, were attacking us. And so we were defending ourselves, and we struck back with obviously far more missile power than we were subjected to initially. I'm sure that if you and I are confused about these things, I'll wager a lot of money that the people on board ship right now sitting outside the Strait of Hormuz are equally confused, because I don't think they know precisely what it is they're being told to do.
And let's take a look at the Iranian reaction, because they have said, listen, the tensions are going to rise because they threatened to retaliate against U.S. strikes. In fact, some reporting out this morning says that they did. I cannot independently verify this yet, but this is by the Hormuz letter, was claiming that Iran, or the IRGC claimed that they shot down another MQ-9 drone fired at an F-35 and an RQ-4 drone in response, and then said that more is going to come later. What is official is from one of the diplomatic sources in Iran, from their embassy in India. They said, listen, this perpetration of these aggressive actions concurrent with the ongoing diplomatic process mediated by Pakistan once again exposes the dishonesty and unreliability of the ruling establishment of the United States, the peoples of the region, and the international community. It further demonstrates that principled approach for the Iranian nation across three arenas of the field, public sphere, and diplomacy is grounded in profound mistrust of the American regime. And then you see at the bottom there, it says, without any doubt, the Islamic Republic will leave no act of aggression unanswered and will show not the slightest hesitation in defending its sovereignty. So one of the things I've seen in otherwise this morning was that the Iranian side said, we don't just have these knee-jerk immediate reactions, we think things through. But according to this official statement, they're going to do something in retaliation to last night. But I want to center in on that center part there, though, Doug, because they're saying, listen, how can we have any negotiated deal, to your point just a second ago, when we don't have any kind of trust at all? I mean, even if you hate Iran, we still have to have some kind of trust so that whatever terms we want to agree to, they have some confidence that we'll actually abide by them. Otherwise, how do we have any kind of an agreement, even that we want?
Well, I think the Iranians have reached that conclusion. First of all, I think they know that ultimately Mr. Netanyahu has veto power over everything. In other words, even if their intermediaries talking to the Pakistanis were to sign up for something, and we might initially regard it as acceptable, they know that Netanyahu can intervene quickly and say, no, that's unacceptable, and we're back to square one. Netanyahu right now and his government really has no incentive to cooperate with us to forge any kind of useful peace agreement in the Persian Gulf. They just don't. As far as they're concerned, it is in their interest to keep us engaged in destroying Iran. And until Iran is destroyed, this war is not going to end. I think the Iranians have figured that out. The second part of this is a little more complex. If you look at what went on last night and the responses that we elicited from the Iranians this morning, I think Donald Trump is caught up in what he thinks are useful tactics designed to induce compliance with what he wants Iran to do. I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you go back to his book, The Art of the Deal, and you page through it, there are lots of discussions of tactics that range from coddling to bullying your opponent on the other side of the table. And you've always got to go back to Roy Cohn's rules, which is you must remain on the attack at all times. I think if you look at that broader picture, what he's written in his book, The Art of the Deal, and his Roy Cohn, rules for life, it begins to make sense if you're Donald Trump. Now, for the rest of us, it makes no sense at all. This is not a real estate deal. This is life and death now for essentially, potentially, hundreds of millions of people all over the globe. We're staring at the potential for famine and a whole range of really catastrophic developments in the global economy. So, whatever he thinks he's doing, it isn't working. He's actually making matters much worse. He's making it much harder to come to any sort of agreement. And if that turns out to be the case, he's really defenseless. He has nothing left in his quiver, so to say. There's nothing new that he can do that is going to change this militarily. He may not know that yet, but I think that's where we are.
Well, it appears that he may not be aware of it, but he still thinks, okay, well, let's try the diplomatic path and see if I can just, maybe with these crazy actions here, I can induce them to doing what Secretary of State Rubio is trying to get. And according to him last night on his plane, he said, we have the outlines of a preliminary deal on the table.
Well, look, I think our position is well stated. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple of days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, sentence. So we'll have to work through that. If there's going to be a deal, we're going to have to work through that. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
So, I mean, yeah, we either have an outline, but if it's not a good one, there's not going to be one. Because now, to my ear, it sounds to me like he's saying, here are President Trump's preferences. You either meet all of this or there's not going to be a deal. And then the question is, or what? Because President Trump on a Truth Social, I think it was just yesterday, said, listen, I want all that nuclear dust immediately. And he never said or what, but he seems to think that he can just get it. And that's not even on the table for the Iranian side, as we'll see in just a second. That's like in a phase 2. And yet Trump's talking about he wants that prior to phase 1. How's that going to work, Doug?
Well, Donald Trump is incoherent. Let's be frank. There is no coherent framework that he sticks to. And he tends to mix various elements of an agreement at different points in time, which explains your comment about the nuclear dust. The interesting thing is that Rubio sounds, well, ultimately Rubio's more articulate. What he says sounds more plausible, but at the end, it's the same outcome. Either we're going to get what we want or there will be no deal. It's effectively what he's saying. And no deal is better than a bad deal, or so he thinks. What is a bad deal? Anything that leaves Iran intact. And what are the principal stumbling blocks? It's obviously this enriched uranium business that moves back into the center of the discussion routinely. And in addition to that, that Iran cannot retain control of the Strait of Hormuz. Well, those are two insoluble problems from the standpoint of Iran. Iran sees both of those as inextricably intertwined with their national sovereignty and independence. So I think we can say with some certainty, there's not going to be a deal. Forget it. The other thing is we aren't talking directly to the Iranians. It seems that people don't really get that, because Donald Trump conveys the impression, well, we're close to a deal and they're much more professional now, as though we have suddenly become professional. I can't conceive of anything less professional than the goons that we've sent over there to negotiate. So at this stage of the game, I think we just have to wait until this war breaks into the open. And I think we're getting closer. And with this event of last night, it seems almost certain that we're going to go back to a hot war.
And let me just kind of underscore that from the Iranian side. We always show what both sides are saying on here, and then we see what's real on the ground. Here, we just saw Rubio say that, well, we have the broad outlines of an agreement. Well, here's what the Iranian side is saying with Foreign Ministry statement spokesman Baghai.
The focus of the negotiations is on ending the war. At this stage, we are not discussing the details of the nuclear issue. Threats, pressures, portrayals, and publishing caricatures are part of the political maneuvering on that side of the world. We pursue our work in the field of action. We see the realities, regardless of the perceptions and imagery of the other side. It is true that we have concluded a large part of the topics under discussion. However, no one can claim that this means an agreement is imminent.
And he went on to say in that same interview almost exactly what you suggested right there. He said, listen, all we've been doing is sending intermediaries back and forth through Pakistan. But he said, until we are close to an actual deal, we're not even going to meet in person because there's no point in it. So until we see both delegations going to Pakistan, then we might say, okay, now something might actually be possible here. But until that point, Iran's saying we're not even close, even though President Trump is.
No, I think that's true. And, if we could just divert a little bit away from what's really happening in the discussions to what I think are really far more serious issues that the president and his colleagues in Washington don't seem to understand or be facing. In April, U.S. inflation increased from up to 3.8% from 3.2%. Right now, this war is leading to inflation projections for the second quarter of roughly 6%. Now, if that's true, and I think it probably is, that means our interest rates should be at about 7%. But that would be catastrophic for us. And so they're being artificially suppressed and held at about 3.75%. So what are we in really doing right now? We're sort of watching the edifice of our security architecture, our diplomatic strategy, all sort of sink into the abyss. Now, why is this happening? When we first started this war, we ended up taking 13 million barrels of oil off the market every day. If we restart the war against Iran, that is, we go back in and start hammering Iran from the air and from the sea with all the missiles and bombs that we can accumulate, Iran says it will counterattack and remove an estimated 25 million barrels out of the global market. Now, we have 374 million barrels in our strategic petroleum reserve. 25 million barrels are held in Oklahoma, I think in Cushing. The rest tend to be largely in Texas and Louisiana along the borders. Right now, we know that President Trump has sold 17.8 million barrels this last week from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve at a price below market rates. That means lower oil prices below $110 per barrel. Now, what's this done? Well, this has helped him to manipulate the oil market in a way that insulates U.S. users of fuel from the real impact of the Iran war. This manipulation at its current rate will drain our strategic petroleum reserve in roughly 60 days. So let's do the math. That means by the end of July, we're staring at an empty strategic petroleum reserve. Now, then let's turn to China. China is 86% self-sufficient in oil, but it still has a 14% shortfall. Those shortfalls are being made up by various countries, including Saudi Arabia, mostly Russia, and some others. So they're not in a dangerous position whatsoever. They've stockpiled oil. They have the largest petroleum reserve in the world, 1.3 billion barrels in above ground storage. That means they could all be extracted. Now, let's go back and understand what else is happening, because we tend to see the Ukraine war and what's happening there as completely separate and distinct from what's going on in the Persian Gulf. And that's not really true. In 2022, at the start of the Ukraine war, 3 million barrels were taken off the global economy per day. This drove the oil price at that point initially up to $120 per barrel. Today, right now, the United Kingdom and our European allies are providing drone components and targeting data to the Ukrainians so that they can attack refineries and other oil infrastructure inside Russia. This has been successful insofar as it has reduced the numbers of millions of barrels per day by 13 million from the global supply. At this rate, what are the long-term implications? We're going to watch the global economy shrink by an estimated 36%. Now, just for referential purposes, the Great Depression reduced the world economy by 20%. However, the effects of the Great Depression were mitigated by much lower debt to GDP ratios that currently prevail in the United States and Europe. What happens if we lose, say, an estimated 30% of global productivity? Well, this is effectively a global depression. We're going to be part of that. So to talk in a cavalier fashion about, well, we'll go down and bomb these people into the Stone Age, we'll bomb them until they agree to go along with us, and you're staring at 6% inflation projections for the second quarter, I think we're bordering on insanity. This is irresponsible on a scale that I cannot imagine. I don't know of any similar action that any president, king, or emperor in the last 300 years has taken that would compare to the irresponsible approach that we've taken to the Gulf and also towards Russia in the Ukraine war.
Well, which is really saying something, and nobody knows history better than you do. This is literally the first time, I think, since I have known you, that you were not able to grab some historical example to say it was kind of like this, which is really scary, because that means that we're navigating something that's never been traversed before, and we have literally the worst people possible at the top to do the navigating. We'll see where that leads.
I don't know if they're the worst, but they're certainly not the right ones. And, I urge people in the audience who want to understand this, you've got to go to people like Luke Groman, to Gundlach, Ray Dalio, and Peter Schiff. All of these people are essentially depicting what I just said in even more profound terms. I'm just trying to understand the oil and gas markets. Now, when you start talking about everything else that we're missing, sulfuric acid, without sulfuric acid, you can't refine anything. That puts the copper industry in a terrible position. You can't refine uranium. I mean, we just go down the list. It's disastrous. And that's just a snapshot. That's the tip of the proverbial iceberg. And at the same time, we're riding here in the United States on something akin to the Titanic that is already partially underwater. That's our economy and the financial system. That's the point. What can we do to get out of this? And frankly, we're not going to escape all the consequences at this point. But if he were to shut down everything right now and simply say, that's it, we cannot go on because this has humanitarian consequences for the entire world. As president of the United States, I am obligated to suspend further combat operations. We're still talking about months before the oil redistribution recovers. And even then, you're looking about 2 or 3 years to rebuild a lot of this infrastructure that's being destroyed. So what we're really talking about, if he goes back to war the way he did before with our forces, is Armageddon. And the idea that the man with his finger on the button for Armageddon is not really Trump, but Bibi Netanyahu, is even more disturbing.
It is. And one of the first ways that we can try to mitigate against some of these economic catastrophe that you're talking about that is in progress until we check that and open it back up is to get the Strait of Hormuz back open up to something close to what it was prior to this war. And that means these dueling blockades that we have, ours against Iran and Iran's with all of the rest of the GCC countries, those things have to be open. Now, Iran is ready to say, the traffic can return to normal as long as they're paying our fees. But Marco Rubio was asked about that last night.
What's happening there is unlawful, it's illegal, it's unsustainable for the world, it's unacceptable. I don't know of any country in the world that the Russians are not in favor of the tolling system, the Chinese are not in favor of the tolling system. I mean, there's no country in the world that's in favor of the tolling system except the regime in Iran. So that's not acceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls, and obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything's agreed.
Yeah, obviously that needs to happen. But we tried, Doug, for 40 some odd days to force them to open that strait up, and we utterly failed. And so then we went to this ceasefire that we had to because we realized it wasn't going to work. And so Rubio can say that all day long. But what is going to happen, Doug, to get these two blockades opened up? What's the reality?
Well, the reality is not exactly as depicted by Secretary of State Rubio. Secretary of State Rubio is conveying the impression that somehow or another, miraculously, our views align with the rest of the world, or the rest of the world's views align with us on the subject of the Persian Gulf, and specifically this issue of tolls. Right now, if you look at the polling data that's available, but all you have to do is listen to the leaders and their public statements, the world holds us responsible for shutting down the Gulf. That needs to be understood. They are not blaming Iran for shutting down the Gulf. Everyone understands that it makes sense for Iran strategically to do what it has done. That doesn't mean they like it. Are they opposed to it? Of course, but they blame us for it. This is very important. In India, we've gone from, reasonably popular down to hated beyond belief. And that's not just true in India. The attitude is spreading very rapidly across Asia, particularly in Japan and Korea, in China, all over Asia. This is catastrophic for us. I don't know what to say. The funny thing is, I came across this statement by Donald Trump, who made this observation back before he was even elected the first time. And he said, if our presidents would have just gone to the beach and enjoyed the sun and the beach, we would have been much better off in the Middle East. Now stop and think about that. In other words, his attitude was, when he was ultimately became the nominee of the Republican Party in 2016, it was, well, if we had done nothing, Dan, just gone to the beach and enjoyed the ocean and the sun, we'd be much better off in the Middle East today. Well, somebody needs to read that to him again, because that's even more true now than it was then. The damage we did to ourselves and to the world at that point, I wouldn't say it was marginal, but it was recoverable. What we've done to ourselves now in the Persian Gulf, when it was absolutely not necessary to do so, is beyond evaluation. It is global in its impact.
Now, interestingly enough, he left open, this Secretary Rubio in that last soundbite, he left open that, well, if we don't get the deal we want, implying we would go back in. Now, a lot of people in President Trump's ear have been shouting for that. Of course, the normal ones like Jack Keane, General Kellogg, Mike Pompeo, Mark Levin, Lindsey Graham. These guys have been saying this for a long time. Well, there's a new person here in the last couple of days that's adding to that, and it's your old pal, General Petraeus, is saying, hey, you know what? We might just have to go back and finish this the hard way.
Other core issues that we have with Iran, such as its nuclear stockpile of almost 1,000 pounds of 60% enriched uranium. That's just one level below weapons grade. The right to enrich in the future, their support to proxies in the region that are pretty murderous, the Hamas, Hezbollah, Shia militia in Iraq, Houthis in Yemen, and then the missile programs and the rest of this. And I think it's a pretty limited amount of these other concerns that may ever get addressed. But clearly there has to be an agreement to get the strait reopened and to restore freedom of navigation there might be some arrangement where perhaps there is some modest fee charged that might go in part to Iran, Oman, who knows, and navigation aids or something like this. But that, I think, is the imperative at this moment in time. And I'm not sure that Iran is going to be willing to do that. Right now, they are insistent that they are given control of the strait and that they are able to charge tolls for it. That's just, I think, unacceptable. And it may be that we have to go back to war to show them that we're pretty serious about this.
Come on. Just help me understand even the logic in his own mind here. You failed to do that when it was full-on war for 40 some odd days. Now that we've gotten restocked with the same ammunition against the same targets, and we're going to expect a different outcome. What is in his mind when he said we may have to go back to war to show them we're serious?
Well, let's reflect for a minute on what David Petraeus thinks is war. To him, war at this point is simply high-altitude bombing and missile strikes from the sea, from the air. That's all. He doesn't seem to understand what he's actually describing. This is not Iraq. This is not Afghanistan. This is Iran. This is a huge country. It has a real civilization. It's a real nation state. It's not a collection of Arab tribes that were herded together as a result of the Sykes-Picot Agreement. This is not in any way, shape, or form artificial. This is real. He's talking about going to war. If you're going to go to war with Iran, you're going to have to mobilize the United States. This is not a minor affair. People forget that Germany in 1942 had roughly 80 million people. We're talking about an Iranian population of 93 million right now. And they obviously have access to extraordinarily advanced technology in a whole range of areas, as well as to overhead satellite arrays in space. And he's talking in a cavalier way about, well, I guess we'll just have to go to war to make our point. Now, I'm sure the people that have him on their payroll at KKR, all of whom are ardent Zionists and part of the larger Israeli Jewish financial network, will reward him for his statements. But this is extremely irresponsible. The United States has no interest whatsoever that would justify this kind of action. None. And at the same time, we ought to step back and keep in mind that we have this state called North Korea, which everyone insists is ruled by a madman. I have never subscribed to that. I don't think he's crazy. I think he's quite sober-minded, actually. But a lot of people think, oh, well, he's just a dangerous maniac. And he has nuclear weapons. What are we doing about it? Nothing. Why are we doing nothing? Because he has nuclear weapons. So what is David Petraeus and everybody else on the neocon globalist Israeli agenda part of? They're part of a group of people that are convincing billions of people all over the world to invest heavily in nuclear weapons to ensure that we and our Israeli friends never try to interrupt or disrupt or invade them.
And of course, that's not going to lead anywhere. That's not going to get the Strait open. It's not going to help the problem here. It's just going to exacerbate it. And the Iranian side has said, yeah, if you do that, we're going to do all these other things, and you're not going to destroy our mountains. You're not going to destroy our missile bases. So I just can't even understand, even within the twisted logic of the neocons and all that kind of stuff, they have to be able to see, and this is more a question than a statement, they have to be able to see, don't they, that it physically can't work, so that their desired objective, regardless of what it is, can't be accomplished. And if they try, it's going to harm us, right? I mean, don't they see that?
My real question is, if Donald Trump 10 years ago could tell the New York Times, if our presidents had only just gone to the beach and enjoyed the ocean and the sun, we'd have been better off in the Middle East. What happened? What's wrong with Donald Trump? That was an eminently reasonable and balanced statement by Donald Trump, because the first law in foreign policy and diplomacy is do no harm. In other words, if you can avoid going in somewhere with military power, it's in your interest to do so. We have no reason to do any of the things that Petraeus argued for. So what are we doing? What is Donald Trump doing? Where is this man? What has happened to him? I mean, I guess that's the $60,000 question that I ask myself almost every day.
Well, and I think only historians are going to be able to give us the answer to that. We're not going to get it in the near term, and we're just going to have to hope that this one doesn't blow up in our faces for all the reasons you just mentioned. Now, unfortunately, that's not the only major issue that we have on the table right now that potentially could lead us into a catastrophic war. We're going to pivot now over back to the Russia-Ukraine war, because there's some things that are going on with that recently that also have some alarm bells, that also could escalate into ways that harm our own interest if we don't get that one off the table and go to the beach on that one too, I guess. Now, it turns out David Petraeus also talked about that war and gave this sage advice.
I've actually said for almost a year now that I could envision a situation in which, if there's sufficient support for the Ukrainians, and this 90 billion euros from the European Commission is very, very helpful, probably takes care of them for another year and a half. And if they can continue to increase the production of drones and pilots and units that can use them and all the rest of that, and start going deeper in Russia, and inflicting such casualties on Russia that it's maybe the same as what they're recruiting on a monthly basis. You know, they've now taken almost 1.4 million killed and wounded. That's more than we sustained in all of World War II. So, and all of a sudden, last month, the Ukrainians took back more territory than the Russians actually took from them. Certainly next year at some point, I think Putin's going to look in the mirror, especially if the lifting of sanctions on their oil sales and the price of oil are reimposed. And his national welfare fund runs out of money because it's being diverted to the military-industrial complex. If all that happens, I think you could see a point where Russia needs a cessation of hostilities as much as does Ukraine.
So according to Brother Petraeus there, man, that old Vlad, he's in real trouble here. And pretty soon he's going to start wobbling. The wheels are going to come off. And I don't know, the Ukraine side is going to roll up to Moscow. What do you make of that?
Well, his numbers for Russian losses are fantastic and utterly mythical and fictional. But, you know, he's reading from a set of talking points that were created by the CIA and the MI6 and the Mossad. Nothing new in any of that. It's all nonsense. He also, remember, this is the man that told us, I think it was 2023, maybe he said it in 2024. He said so many things so often that turned out to be catastrophically wrong, but he kept insisting, well, now the Ukrainians have finally mastered combined arms operations. And I'm confident with the new infusion of equipment and the NATO training that they are going to be able to break through Russian defenses. This was the sort of Ekin strategic defense line that had been set up and bring this war to a close. That made no sense at all. In fact, it just killed hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians pointlessly. And the great minds that direct NATO forces, primarily but not exclusively American, to a lesser extent British, simply sacrificed more and more lives on the altar of Ukrainian freedom, ostensibly, but in reality, NATO expansion. It's hard to listen to this stuff and take it seriously. I think he's completely missed something that you understand, I understand, and I think the Russians are increasingly concluding as well. Strikes alone do not win wars. Unless you have a force on the ground that can exploit the effects of the strikes, that can move in and establish control on the ground, you are not going to bring any war to a successful conclusion. It can't be done. Now, the Russians, you would think, understood this a long time ago, but for various reasons, President Putin has decided to exercise restraint. He's wanted to hold back forces. First of all, he doesn't want to govern all of Ukraine. People that say, well, he's weak, that's why he won't take Ukraine, it's nonsense. He doesn't want to govern Ukraine. He just doesn't want Ukraine to be a bulwark for future attacks by NATO against his country. That's it. So if you could make Ukraine a truly neutral state on the Austrian model, I think the Russians would be more than happy to sign on and go home. But the point is that we've utterly refused to do that. We don't want that because that would be an admission of absolute, total, and complete defeat of the West. Right now, that means us and our NATO allies. But if you don't have a force that can go under the ground, more strikes won't help. That's what the Russians are learning and have been learning for many, many months. And I think now we need to look at the map and look at the concentrations of Russian forces that are not very obvious to many people in the West right now. There are over 100,000 troops poised in Belarusia to strike south towards Kiev. That includes somewhere between 20 and 30,000 North Korean troops. You have another 250,000 that are operating in the northern portion of eastern Ukraine, and roughly 250,000 to 300,000 operating in the south, moving towards Zaporizhia. They could cross that river whenever they want to and ultimately go down and seize Odessa. If Odessa falls into Russian hands, it's game over. Absolutely no question about it, because then Ukraine has no outlet to the sea. The rest of it, in terms of Kiev, falls de facto into Russian hands. Now, people are saying, oh, well, they won't do that. They'll never do that. I think those things are very, very likely to happen, unless unless, and this is important, you see the governments in Berlin, London, and Paris change. And right now, Germany looks like it could end up with a chancellor who is not a globalist, who is not a neoconservative nominee, somebody who is actually a German nationalist and is committed to the interests and the welfare of the German people, and that is Elise Weidel. She could conceivably become chancellor. You can't govern that country right now without the AfD. They have roughly 30% and growing support in the German electorate. If that happens, the AfD has made it abundantly clear they're going to go back to buying cheap energy from Russia. They've also made it clear that they will expel us, the United States Armed Forces, from German soil, as they should. We should have gotten out of that place 30 years ago. We've had these discussions many times. We've overstayed our welcome all over the world. And we've done it at a point in time where technology dictates the withdrawal. Because if you put anything far forward, as we are currently postured, then you risk losing all of it in the opening minutes of any crisis or conflict to precision-guided missiles, whether they're tactical ballistic missiles, theater ballistic missiles, unmanned systems of various types, whatever they are, you can't survive it. So it makes sense for that to happen. And the new chancellor of Germany is absolutely not going to put Germany on a total war footing to finance the creation of some new World War II style army, which is a waste of money for the Germans. The bottom line is, if that happens, then I think Putin's patience will be rewarded. If that doesn't happen, if that's postponed further, then I think the pressure to march over the Dnieper River, take Odessa, march into Kiev, put an end to this horrible regime is absolutely irresistible. And the biggest mistake we could make is to be drawn into this. The good news is that President Trump at least expresses the desire to get out of it. The problem is we continue to provide the critical data from our satellites and from our intelligence community and from our platforms that enable the Ukrainians to do the things that they're doing to Russian infrastructure, not the least of which are the civilian targets that have been struck and resulted in needless civilian deaths. So that's a problem. We should pull the plug on that. That should have happened a long time ago. That should have happened when Trump was first inaugurated. He didn't do it. And at the same time, this means that the Russians, who would otherwise, I think, help us and assist us with Iran, have absolutely no incentive to do so whatsoever. And by the way, you now have this retired General Flynn. This was the brilliant architect of our withdrawal from Afghanistan that got so much attention, he and his friend Mackenzie. And Flynn is leading a delegation of people in Taiwan from the military-industrial congressional complex who are there to look at what additional American investments can be made in Taiwan military capabilities. Catastrophe, disaster. This in the immediate aftermath of Trump's visit, humiliating visit to Beijing, that eventually convinced Trump, fortunately, the one positive thing in my judgment that came out of the trip to Beijing, that the notion of going to war on behalf of Taiwan is lunacy. And he explained it. He explained that Taiwan's 100 miles from Taiwan. China's 100 miles from Taiwan, and we're 6,000-7,000 miles away. We can't sustain it. We can't support it. It has no future. It won't work. And in the midst of all of this, here is this man who should have been removed for what happened in Afghanistan. And now he's leading this delegation. What a catastrophe. And all of this contradicts Trump. And we're back to where this all started. You started with this. So what is Trump saying? What's real? What's not? What is meaningful? What's not? And nobody really knows because it's so incoherent. It changes so rapidly. It goes back to my point on schizophrenia. Only a diagnosed schizophrenic could make sense out of what Donald Trump says from day to day. That's a disaster for a superpower. It's a disaster for any nation state. But for us in particular, for the reasons that we covered earlier that have to do with the economy, our economy, the global economy, it's catastrophic. All of this crap needs to stop.
It certainly does it before it's too late. But you talk about schizophrenia and who knows what it's doing. It's one bad thing if it's happening in the Persian Gulf because of the implications it has for the global economy. But it's another level of problem when it's happening in Russia because of the potential for escalation on a major scale and possibly even nuclear weapons. And you talk about somebody who is incoherent. Well, somebody who is coherent is the Russian side, and their patience seems to be coming to an end, as now that they gave a warning to Rubio himself and to all public statements that everybody, all foreigners, need to get out of Kiev because something big is coming systematically, implying this is not just a strike that's coming, but something more fundamental that may be coming, possibly as early as tonight. People have been told to get out of there. And what do you make of, first of all, of that claim here? And of course, this all goes to the allegedly the Ukrainian side hit a school that killed a bunch of kids in the Luhansk, in the Russian-controlled part of that oblast there. And Russia's there. That's it. You guys, NATO's been giving you guys cover air support, or letting you use the air corridors to attack into Russia. Now then you're giving them help that's striking our people in the eastern part of Ukraine, and what we call Ukraine. And now they say, that's it. We're going to do something. Where do you think we are on that, and what do you think Russia may do?
Well, let's look at the difference between the American electorate and the Russian population. If President Trump were to announce tomorrow, I'm announcing national mobilization. We are re-implementing the draft. And all of this is to win decisively against Iran, which of course is the sort of implication that you had from Petraeus earlier. What would happen in the United States? What do you think, Dan?
I mean, I think people would be up in arms. They'd be just going crazy. They don't want to go fight a war against somebody else.
Of course, they would say, well, what the hell are we doing? This is insane. You know, who cares what happens in the Persian Gulf? This is the United States. What are we doing here? What are you doing to fix my problems? My problems, buying gas, buying food, and so forth and so on. Absolutely. But in Russia, it's different. The Russian population and its government are far closer together, far more aligned than people in the United States and the Western world understand. The Russian people are fed up. They've had enough. They want this to end. And if Vladimir Putin said, I have resisted this, I have opposed this, but I see no alternative. I am mobilizing Russia for war to end the war with Ukraine. That would be welcomed in Russia. People would rather go at it and get it over with than live with this nonsense anymore. And so you have a very different set of circumstances. We don't get it. So when Lavrov says what he does, or Putin says what he does, or even Karaganov, and I'm not endorsing his comments on nuclear weapons, and I don't think that's something the Russians want to do. But when they listen to that, the average Russian says, yes, what are we putting up with this for? Let's get it over with. Let's march in there and destroy these people. They're bad. They're evil. There's no alternative to it. So look at those two pictures. And the U.S. side is not going to do what Petraeus wants to do. Just as we never really surged in Afghanistan. You remember that. There was this talk about sending 80 to 100,000 troops, and then somebody said, well, we got down to what, 38,000 or 40,000. But in reality, what happened? Not much. We talked for years about the pivot to China. And the pivot to China was always briefed in private as enormously expensive because you'd have to spend hundreds of billions of dollars for new facilities, new infrastructure all over Asia in order to support operations against the Chinese. So what really happened in Asia with the war against China? Not much. Now let's talk about reality. Our economy is fragile. The financial system is on the verge of falling apart. Inflation is up. Interest rates are rising. The bond market could easily collapse. What are we going to do? The answer is not much. So let's be honest and stop bluffing. Bluffs are dangerous because the Russians are not bluffing.
And you know that worries me. I got to say, Doug, because let me just kind of pop this here. There's some new information here. It's out that Moscow claims that some mines were found on a tanker. It was arriving from Belgium. 7 kilograms of explosives each were found attached to the vessel's underwater hull, which could have, I don't know if it could have been a false flag. I don't know for sure what it could have been, but it could have been something that blew up in a Russian port. What do you make of this?
What I make of it is as follows. President Trump has failed miserably to provide the leadership to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that he, as the President of the United States, is obligated to provide. All he's done is bully and attack and abuse and offend people in the hopes of driving them to spend more on national defense. Well, if you call that leadership, that's fine. I don't see that as evidence for real leadership. And the leadership he needs to provide right now is to end the nonsense in Ukraine. This was always the first thing he needed to do, because this war in Ukraine has always been dangerous, because there was never any guarantee that it would not suddenly explode and widen. That's what everyone worried about from the beginning, with good reason, anyone with a brain. The fact that it hasn't doesn't mean it won't. That's the point. And if you're a Russian right now, and you look at what the Baltic states have done to facilitate and support these attacks inside Russia, when you look at Poland and what the Poles have done, the Germans, the Czechs, the Scandinavians, the British, all of these states in one way or another have contributed components, intelligence, equipment, and technology. You conclude we've got to do something. And something is usually very bad. And in this case, it could be catastrophic. President Trump needs to step up and say it's over. Very easy. You don't send 5,000 more troops to Poland when the Germans are telling you to get out. You don't send 5,000 more troops to Poland when you're trying to bring a stupid, self-defeating, destructive war in Ukraine to an end. He has got to wake up. He's got to be the leader he wants to be and says he is, but he's not. That means ending the war in Ukraine the only way it could ever end, and that is by pulling the plug 100% on our side. Get out. And then encourage and be willing to host whatever conferences may be necessary so that at least the countries that border Russia and Ukraine have a say in what the outcome looks like, provided that state is neutral, not a member of NATO, and presents no threat to Russia. Those things can be done. He can do that. He never has. He's failed. And as far as the Persian Gulf is concerned, since we're not going to invade Iran to ensure that Iran becomes whatever Israel wants it to be, it's time to come to Jesus, not Netanyahu, and end the war.
Indeed. There's one last thing I'd like to touch. I don't know if you have enough time. I know we're near the end of the normal time. Do you have a few more minutes?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
real quick, because I think it's something important. In terms of the nature of the war in the European side here, it's a little bit different. There's a lot of information out here recently that Ukraine has continued to advance in its drone capability. In fact, they're compensating for the lack of troops by having a lot more drones, a lot of different categories of drones. Their technology has genuinely advanced and are striking deeper inside of Russia. But when you look at the Russian side of this is released by the Russian MOD. They have some numbers here that don't fit what most people think. And they're saying that 55% of the casualties inflicted on the Ukraine side still come from artillery and rockets, 32% by air power, and only 8% by UAVs and first-person view drones, et cetera, which surprised me because I had heard, and most people have claimed that it's reversed. It's actually a lot higher percentage with that in modern warfare. What do you make of these numbers, or are they even accurate?
No, I think they're pretty accurate. And, you know, we tend to dismiss whatever the Russians say out of hand, but I think it's a serious mistake. We would do well to look at those percentages. Artillery, as you know, Dan, has always been the big killer on the battlefield. In 1945, when we held the post-war conference for the Army in Bad Tolz in Bavaria, George Patton walked into the conference. Everyone was seated there. Almost all of the generals were present. There were still a couple coming in. And they started proceedings. And Patton stood up and said, "Well, men, we all know who won this war, the artillery." Now stop and think about that for a minute. The artillery. I must have interviewed 1,000 German veterans in my time. And when they talked about the United States Army, they had many things to say, not all of which were very complimentary. But one thing they all said repeatedly was the American artillery was devastating, accurate, and responsive. That's also true right now for the Russians. And in addition to that, we now have something called air power. And air power had a huge impact on the Second World War, but it wasn't as decisive as the artillery because it wasn't as accurate. Today, that's changed. We can bomb and exploit missile power with enormous precision and accuracy. So when you look at those first two percentages, it makes infinite sense. Now, why is everybody talking about FPVs and unmanned systems and loitering munitions? Well, there are several agendas at work here. And I think people always see what they want to see as opposed to what is there. In the last quarter, I think the Russians reported the loss of 35 tanks. Now, that doesn't mean the tanks were totally destroyed. This means that those tanks were put out of action. 35. The Russians have over 1,000 right now on the ground in Ukraine and Belarus. So what are we saying? That these unmanned systems, these loitering munitions are now the decisive weapon in the war? No, they're not. Are they useful? Absolutely. But there are countermeasures in the form of electronic warfare and in the form of capturing radar signatures and attacking with multiple kinds of weapons with different kinds of munitions that are very, very effective. Even something as simplistic as a shotgun can be effective against these FPVs. Now, some of these FPVs have also used fiber optic threads that guide these things. That means someone guides them to the target. The problem with that is it's not very difficult to figure out once you see this drone coming and it has a fiber optic thread behind it, where it came from. And guess what is used to destroy the launch site? Artillery. In other words, when you figure out where the drone operator is, when you figure out where the drones were launched from, you hit it with artillery. And the artillery is incredibly accurate. So those numbers really aren't surprising. And the final thing is you have a very unhealthy and dangerous trend, I would say, right now in the U.S. Armed Forces. And that is that we want to go backwards. We want to go back with Dave Petraeus into 1942 with combined arms warfare. We want to go backwards with the generals to masses and masses of light infantry. You know, once I talked to a veteran of the Second World War, and he was watching us on Reforger, and he said, "This isn't real war." I said, "Well, why isn't it?" He said, "Well, I see all these tanks and all this artillery, but where are the thousands of infantrymen walking along the roads?" Well, that was a reasonable assumption on his part based on his experience. But the problem right now is that individual infantryman is more prone to destruction, more easily killed, more easily maimed than ever in history. And one of the reasons the Russians have taken so far few casualties is, first of all, they dig in when they can and for whatever reason, and they do it very effectively, but they also are in armored vehicles. And these armored vehicles are now protected. They're protected either within the vehicle itself by various kinds of countermeasures, but more important, they're operating within an integrated air and missile defense network. So the ground force does have protection. This is something that we're ignoring, and we're conjuring up these images of Superman with the jetpack and the laser weapon, who is bebopping around the battlefield and winning the battle. You know, I mean, this kind of craziness was popular in the 30s. We had rocket ships then and laser guns and so forth. And then we've had various physicists at different points of time say we're on the verge of these ray guns. We're going to have them next week, next year, next month. It hasn't happened. A lot of this is not going to happen for a long time, if ever. And again, everyone misses the countermeasure. For every measure, there's a countermeasure. There is no silver bullet weapon out there right now. And finally, and this is going to surprise people. We often talk about the use of the atom bomb against the Japanese. We credit that with bringing the war to the end. There's a lot of debate about that because the Soviet offensive in Manchuria in August of 1945 was really what scared the hell out of the Japanese because they were afraid the Russians would cross, the Soviets would cross, and that would be the end of Japan as they knew it. But we still went in on the ground in Japan. In other words, we didn't drop a bomb, declare victory, and walk away. The Russians can't do that. We can't do that. We need to come to terms with that. And if we're not willing to commit ground forces, then why the hell are we doing it?
Yeah, and I think it's whether you're talking about the Iran war or the war against Russia and Ukraine, we don't want to, we just want it to be easy. We just want to have our preference just turn into reality, even if it isn't. And that's one of the things I think is going to lead to our ultimate defeat and possibly demise as a superpower if we keep going down those dark paths. Well, listen, Doug, we're very grateful for you coming on today and highlighting these things because we just don't get this kind of information from very many other people. It's one of the reasons I always highlight that you're a highly decorated combat veteran because you've been on the tip of the spear and you know what you're talking about here. You've lived it and you have always been foreseeing through your books and stuff that you've written as far back as 1997 about the future of warfare. So it's something we should all take very seriously. And we thank you today for bringing it to light. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
And we appreciate you guys too. And just to let you know,
My dear truth seekers, I will be honest with you, the more I study the latest developments in Russian military equipment, the more I am surprised by the engineering solutions and innovations in these systems. At the same time, I understand perfectly well that the latest Russian weapons systems, known throughout the world, are just the tip of the iceberg. My friends, you must understand that Russia has at its disposal many secret weapons that are still kept secret. If Putin officially announces the introduction of a new weapons system, it means only one thing. The Russian military department has allowed him to do so, because it has received a more powerful and advanced system. Simply put, if Russia officially recognized the existence of the Burevestnik cruise missile, the Poseidon unmanned underwater drone, the Avangard hypersonic glide vehicle, and the Peresved laser complex, this can only mean one thing. Russia has more powerful weapon systems that are still classified as top secret. At the same time, it is worth noting that the Russian army even has weapon systems whose exact characteristics are hidden even from Russian soldiers and officers. For example, the latest A-929 Nudol anti-satellite missile is still considered one of the most secret in the Russian army's arsenal. Any information about this missile is considered a state secret. The same can be said about the latest missile system S-550, the exact characteristics of which are still kept strictly secret. By the way, a few days ago, information emerged that the A-929 Nudol and S-550 will operate as a single bundle. However, I would like to first remind you of an interesting fact, before describing the operation principle of these two unique Russian systems. So, on November 15, 2021, Russia launched a mysterious missile from the Plesetsk Cosmodrome. As a result, a mysterious missile launched from this cosmodrome shot down the Soviet satellite Selenidy, which had remained in Earth's orbit since 1982. Thus, Russia has demonstrated to the whole world its capabilities to shoot down not only satellites in low Earth orbit, but also enemy ballistic missiles in near space. It is worth noting that back then, these actions by Russia had the effect of an exploding bomb. The collective West, led by the United States, was in a state of shock, and called everything that was happening a gross violation of the shaky peace on the part of Russia. Back then, the United States declared that Russia was threatening the entire world with its anti-satellite weapons tests. In general, the hysteria of the United States could be understood. As it turned out, Russia shot down a Soviet satellite at an altitude of 550 kilometers. This became an absolute record for missile defense systems. So far, no country in the world has been able to shoot down moving objects at such a high altitude with their anti-missile systems. Earlier, the United States, using the missile interceptor SM-3, was able to shoot down an old American satellite, USA-193, at an altitude of 247 kilometers. The Pentagon was very proud of this result, as it showed the world the impressive capabilities of the American air defense system, much of which is deployed on warships worldwide. However, after Russia, using its air defense capabilities, shot down a satellite at an altitude of 550 kilometers, it became clear that American air defense technologies are significantly inferior to Russian ones. The Russian Defense Ministry also added fuel to the fire. In particular, the Russian military admitted that a Soviet satellite, located at an altitude of 550 kilometers, was shot down by the latest Russian missile, which is capable of destroying targets at much higher altitudes. And only recently, it became known that this satellite was destroyed by the latest Russian missile A-929 Noodle, which is still considered one of the most secret in Russia's arsenal. It is noteworthy that even the officers stationed at the command post and operating this missile do not know its exact characteristics. My dear truth seekers, despite all the secrecy of this missile, I still conducted a detailed study of this latest Russian weapon. And this is what I managed to find out from sources in the Russian Defense Ministry. As it turned out, the Noodle missile is a further development of the A-135 Amur missile defense system, which was put into service on February 17, 1996. This system was designed to protect industrial areas of Moscow, as well as other strategically important facilities in the Russian capital. However, due to the system's technical difficulties and limited financial resources, this project had to be frozen. And it was only after Vladimir Putin came to power that the Russian military unfroze this project. At the same time, it is reported that, given the current realities, the Russians had to redesign this complex completely. From a purely anti-missile weapon, the Noodle missile was converted into a multifunctional complex for repelling air and space attacks. At the same time, it is worth noting that in some documents Noodle is designated as a system for intercepting targets in Earth orbit. The main secret of the Noodle complex is a unique long-range interception missile, which received the designation A-929. The main characteristics of this missile are still unknown. The Russians even hide the type of engine that is installed on this missile. The only thing that is known is that the A-929 missile hits targets at a speed of 7 kilometers per second. Simply put, this Russian missile can destroy any object in space within 90 seconds, even at an altitude of more than 500 kilometers. It is worth noting that as of 2026, no country in the world is armed with missiles with similar capabilities. It is noteworthy that Russia improved the Noodle complex precisely at the moment when the Americans began testing the orbital spacecraft Boeing X-37, which, according to unofficial data, may be a carrier of nuclear weapons. Thus, Russia made it clear to the United States that none of the American spacecraft is safe, and that all of them will be destroyed if necessary. However, the bad news for the United States did not end there. As it turned out, the Noodle missile will operate in conjunction with the new generation missile system S-550. As it turned out, this direct descendant of the S-500 Prometheus received the latest maneuverable solid-fuel missiles, capable of hitting even hypersonic targets at both low and high altitudes. Currently, Russia is actively testing this latest missile system. It is reported that during recent tests, the S-550 successfully repelled an attack on a strategically important facility in the southwestern part of Moscow, where the launcher of the Noodle missile is located. Unfortunately, the appearance of the S550 and its exact characteristics are still classified as top secret. Nevertheless, I continue to search for new information about this unique system. My friends, as soon as I have new information about S550, you will be the first to know.
Well, something big is about to happen between Russia and Ukraine. Russia is done negotiating, and European leaders, Western leaders, are basically playing with fire right now. We're learning from our sources in Ukraine that the fuse has essentially been lit. Both sides are preparing for the end game in this war. I mean, before we get to that part of the story, though, some context. A few days ago, Ukraine launched a terror attack against children in the Starobilesk college. These girls were in their beds when Ukraine killed them in this drone attack, multiple drone attacks against this dormitory here you can see, but other buildings as well in that video you can see. Ukraine launched drones which killed 21 college girls, wounded 42 people. And according to our sources, there were no military assets at that college. Zero. Despite what propaganda you're seeing on Telegram about it, there were none. Ukraine says it was because a drone went off course. Okay, so multiple drones just happened to go off course and happened to hit these dormitories. By the way, as we separately reported here on the show, Ukrainian drone operators are awarded points for civilian deaths. Now, the highest level, of course, is taking out military infrastructure. Number 5 on that list, though, is killing civilians. And of course, drone operators in Ukraine then are able to hand over that data to the government at the end of every month. They're awarded extra equipment, extra, medals, so to speak, incentives. So killing civilians, totally fine for Ukraine. So according to, these drone operators, they just went off course. That was the issue here, which is not true. These civilians were targeted by Ukraine on purpose. And if you listen to Shoigu on the Russian side, again, you do you, however you want to do it. But he brings up a great point, of course, which is in modern warfare, these drones are operating with satellite coordinates. So they don't just go off course. These don't just fly out of range. They're all being targeted and coordinated with CIA and the UK. The UK particularly is involved in the targeting and telemetry data that is involved in these attacks on civilian infrastructure. Now the remaining Russian college professors who weren't killed in this attack have now been added to Ukraine's kill list. Here you go. It's the Mirovets website. So they killed students, wounded dozens more. Now they want to kill the rest of the staff. Okay. Unlike in Israel, by the way, where they kill journalists on purpose, and won't let them see the proof of anything. Like if they want to go and see the proof of anything, sorry, you're not allowed to do that unless you're being led by the IDF by the hand in order to go see certain sites. But good luck getting any information out of that. Russia, however, invited journalists, said, you're more than welcome to go to the site. Please go and see for yourself. And they invited dozens. And guess who turned them down? Of course, CNN turned them down. The BBC said, no, thanks, we don't need to see it, as they are extensions of the CIA, of course, and the BBC and MI6, so they don't want to see it. They already know. They probably already knew that they were involved with this. So, but great journalists, like Irish journalist Shea Bowes, went to see it for himself. Watch.
Paying for these drones, paying for these corrupt people in Kiev to kill people. It's terrorism. I mean, it's whatever you want to say. You look around here. There's a reason why they try to prevent people like me coming here. They try to prevent channels like RT. They try to stop us because they're desperate to prevent the truth about this kind of terrorism getting to the people in Europe. Because if the people in Europe knew what the money was being spent on in this so-called war, which was started by the Americans and the British, of course, we know that too. If they knew what the money was being spent on to kill children in their beds, people would come out on the streets and they would, they would tell these politicians. And it's interesting, in Europe, where I'm from, the most corrupt and unpopular politicians are the ones who are most dedicated to this religion of Zelensky and his Banderite Nazi friends who come and kill children in their beds.
Yeah. So you can imagine Putin and the military leaders in Russia are not taking this lightly. Over the weekend, Russia launched a devastating response on Ukraine's capital of Kiev, launching for the first time its Oreshnik missiles. Now, this could be really the opening salvo in a potential nuclear war. When you think about if these missiles had nuclear warheads attached to them instead of just being used for ballistic attacks, flying up into space and evading air defense systems. And you can see here, this was overnight when these rained down on Kiev in multiple locations. Here's some more. We'll just play some of this. This was some natural sound you can hear here. We haven't seen attacks like that in a long time in Kiev. One man captured a missile hitting nearby, and then moments later, this happened. So that's just the beginning of what's coming. And over the past 24 hours, Russia has warned all foreign citizens to leave, get out now, that this is, quote, the last straw. And we will be conducting systematic strikes on assorted targets all across Ukrainian's capital from now on. So get the hell out, right? If you're a EU diplomat, one of these puppets who's there controlling that government, get out. Here's the Russian response. Given the continued terrorist attacks by the Kiev regime against Russian civilians, the Ministry of Defense of Russia will be targeting Ukrainian defense industry facilities in Kiev. Foreign nationals, including diplomatic missions and staff, should leave the city as soon as possible. Now, the EU, of course, has responded saying, we're staying put. We're not going anywhere. Here's the EU ambassador on Monday. He says, no, we're not leaving. And it would be hypocrisy for EU missions to leave. We're going to stay. Okay. So Dmitry Medvedev on the Russian side had this to say: the EU has said it will maintain its diplomatic presence in Kiev unchanged despite Russia's warnings. Well, apparently they've got diplomats to spare and they need to trim the head count. Meaning these people are going to die. I mean, you can gloss it over any way you want.
They are not going to die. They are playing brave. They will be hiding.
Hiding where? When these Oreshnik missiles hit and you are destroying bunkers from outer space?
They will be in the same place that Zelensky films his videos, which is probably not in Kiev.
Well, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Right. So, yeah, they're probably in London somewhere, too.
Right. Don't let them make you think that they are playing brave.
Yeah.
They're in his villa in Italy.
Tuscany. Yeah, Tuscany.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zelensky, by the way, is now the 9th largest landowner in the United States, FYI. So maybe they're in the U.S. So that's the context of what we're about to see. What's next, though? What is next? What will this response look like? Well, it's anyone's guess, and only Russia knows for sure. But something big is coming, according to our sources. The buildup over the past few days has been enormous. Hearing from military experts and sources, forces and special forces from Germany, France, and the UK, and the United States, including the CIA, of course, have been building up inside of Ukraine over the last few weeks. They clearly know something is coming. It seems as though they're concerned that Russia potentially could be about to take Odessa. And according to military sources we talked about, which would effectively cut off Ukraine from the ocean, getting rid of any major port. They would become a landlocked country if this happens. And of course, we've been talking about this for years on the show, that if they take Odessa, like Ukraine ceases to exist as a viable country. No ports, no access to the ocean. Sorry, you're done. And up until now, Russia hasn't done that. and they've held back from doing that. So they wouldn't be a country if they grab Odessa. But what's hilarious is, according to the sources I've spoken to today, is this idea that that by adding French special forces or UK special forces or US special forces or French special force, that would stop the Russians from taking Odessa. FYI, they've literally been killing members of NATO for the past few months on the front lines. Ukraine has lost upwards of 2 million killed in action now. The people that are being caught on the front lines and killed are not even from Ukraine. They're from Colombia. They're from Poland. They're from France. So the idea that Russia would be scared to take Odessa because there are a few Frenchmen there? What are you smoking? Are you out of your mind? And the other part of the story is that Putin has been extremely patient, almost to a fault. And at the heart of this is his intention to try to prevent civilian casualties in Ukraine. And the numbers, by the way, don't lie. The numbers in black and white, which we brought to you in December of this year, at, by the way, great detriment to the people who were able to provide those numbers. But the numbers on the civilian casualty side, on the Ukrainian side, was incredibly low, despite the fake propaganda that you've been hearing. Those numbers were very low compared to the attacks on Russian civilians. And of course, not to mention the genocide which took place in eastern Ukraine since 2014. And all of those Ukrainian civilians that were killed, which were actually ethnic Russians, since 2014. So Putin has been slow and methodical, but he's under immense pressure to put an end to this war.
Which understandably so. Imagine that an American college dorm had been bombed by someone that you are at war with, and the American president had no response. We would be outraged. There would be no way that we would allow this to just be like, well, okay, sorry that happened.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. I mean, just look at the response that George W. Bush got after the false flag of the 9/11 attacks, right? When he stood there with that bullhorn, he said, when the people that brought these buildings down are going to hear from all of us real soon.
Right.
Yeah. So you can just go and bomb Afghanistan. But there was a palpable support for the president of the United States, and a rally. He had a 92% approval rating.
Yes.
He comes out at a Yankees game and throws out the first pitch, and the whole stadium goes crazy. Can you imagine that today? No, of course not. But that was the case then. So they bomb and kill these 21 school children.
So there is a political faction inside of Russia who said, we need to have been more aggressive. This needs to have been over a year ago. Those people are now proven right when you see young girls killed in their beds in their college dorm. It's an incredibly frustrating situation for those people, and you have to feel for them.
So Putin's greatest mistake could have been in believing Western leaders remember when Russia had Kiev completely surrounded. We covered this here on the show a number of years ago. And this idea that they got beat back by the Ukrainians was hilarious. They didn't. They had the entire city surrounded. They had one artery in and out of that city, and they were ready to choke it off. And then Emmanuel Macron says, hold on, hold on, hold on. NATO says, hold on, let's make a deal. And so Russia backs off from Kiev and agrees to just kind of go to the front lines on the eastern part, where formerly eastern Ukraine. Do you think he's going to make that same mistake again? Like falling for what the Western leaders have said? Boris Johnson flies in and totally destroys any kind of peace proposal that was in place? It's not going to happen. So the CIA and the Azov, of course, launched their counterattack after they said they would put together a peace agreement. After they said, hey, maybe back off from Kiev and we'll just back off and we'll put something together here. No, they didn't do that. Instead, they did the opposite, and they launched a counterattack, which was devastating for Ukraine, of course. And now upwards of 2 million Ukrainians are dead. An entire multiple generations of young men, slightly older men, gone in that country because of these Western leaders. So Putin is not going to make that same mistake twice. Sources are telling us that Russia has amassed a massive amount of firepower ready to launch against Ukrainian positions to put an end to this. We're also learning today that Russian officials are taking the threats against the St. Petersburg Economic Forum on June 3rd through the 6th very seriously. That what's going to happen there, right? So Do you think when all of these individuals come together in St. Petersburg that the CIA, MI6, Ukraine are not going to launch attacks against the St. Petersburg Economic Forum? Are you out of your mind? And Russia knows this. It's just in a few days. So they're taking it very seriously. Again, according to our sources, Russia is about to bring pain, quote, bring pain to everyday infrastructure across Ukraine. Now, if that doesn't end in surrender, then they will move fully into encircling Kiev once again to end this war. Andrei Martinov, an expert on Russian and military and naval issues, was just on on RT just a little while ago. He said the annihilation of the whole terrorist infrastructure is about to begin, and including in Europe, where a lot of these headquarters are. Listen to him.
And so they have this, well, as what Sergei Lavrov stated, the tip of the spear, with which obviously due to their incompetence and highly low, very low cultural level, they thought that they could defeat Russia militarily. So now they know they can't. So what you're going to do? You're going to go and do terrorist acts. Attack on Starobilsk and killing children, innocent children, is one of those things which, that's it. I mean, this is the tipping point, and Russia could have gone and do it in the more, you know what, how to say, moderate way, just killing primarily this essentially personnel of the whatever is remaining armed forces of Ukraine. Now this is over, and the essentially annihilation of this the whole terrorist infrastructure will start, including in Europe if it continues. And I'm pretty sure that if Europe, which I mean essentially lost the right to exist as it exists today, if they want to kill their diplomats, it's their problem. Russian society doesn't care.
Russia society doesn't care. So these EU madmen want to lose their diplomats in Ukraine? I encourage you to go back about a year here on the show where we discussed at length with a French diplomat who was in Kiev. He witnessed these war crimes up close and personal. And he said, this is one of the, of course, most corrupt governments in the world. As we know, the U.S. State Department has well labeled Ukraine one of the most corrupt governments in the world. And by the way, today, President Trump did as well. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, so Zelensky was just asked, you know, you can tell he's high on a kite. He just probably came out of the bathroom snorting cocaine. So he's there sniffing once again, like high as a kite. And he's asked straight up by an NBC reporter, you know, what are you going to do here? The U.S. is like cutting off weapons to you. What are you about to do here? Watch his high as a kite response.
Mr. President, I just returned from several areas along the front line in the south and in the east. And soldiers there told me they have to ration their ammunition. They don't have enough weapons to advance. They can only defend themselves. In some cases, they're losing territory. What happens to your country if this American aid doesn't arrive?
We will lose a lot of people. We will lose territory.
Yeah, territory. So President Trump today posted this. And by the way, he posted this meme. I'm not going to play it because it had music on it, but it was a whole mashup of him swiping his nose, basically, after snorting cocaine. So Trump posted that video, and he put his own commentary over top of it. He says, before I go into this topic, you're not about to believe this. You're ready for this one? Ukraine, corrupt Ukraine, which can't account for $100 billion of tax dollars, sends semi-finished steel to be processed in Poland, where it's exported as a derivative product to the United States, thereby avoiding Section 232 tariffs and anti-dumping duties. That's your friend Zelensky. Been taking a swipe at him. I mean, this is like effectively cutting him off completely.
Well, how about just cutting him off completely?
Well, I think that is what this is. I mean, maybe not. I don't know. But again, they'll probably, I'm sure the war hawks in Congress will find a way to somehow funnel money through somebody, through NATO or otherwise, to make sure that he has weapons.
No, I mean, he does have the power to just make this stop. So, okay, go ahead, Philip.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but the whole this whole time, this whole conflict, we've been sending money to Ukraine so they can buy weapons from us. And so, like, those military contractors don't want them to not be able to do that. So that's why I think they'll never cut them off as long as they can keep that grift going. They're going to keep it going.
Right. And so it's extremely unhelpful to just release an obvious meme about the wastefulness about that. Do something. You were voted into office to do something, to make it stop.
Last year, he was in the White House, and Trump told him, you have no cards. So shut up and sit there. You have no cards.
And yet we've continued to send him cards.
And then we send him cards and more money. And then we follow it up with another meeting where he like kind of kisses his ass and says, everything's great. We're fine. And, you know, we're back to being friends again.
It's extremely exhausting. Like, yes, he's a bad dude. We've known this for years.
And one of the most corrupt leaders in the world. And we're just sending him, and we can't account for billions of dollars that have flowed there.
And now we're funding terrorism on young children. And so what? So what? It doesn't help that you see that he's bad when it continues, when the grift continues. And now you look at EU leaders who want war with Russia so badly they can't take it. They are now condemning Russia's response to the Ukrainian attack on young girls, but they never condemned the attack in the first place. So that bit they're fine with, but Russia retaliating. I mean, think about how often they have repeated the terms Putin's unprovoked attack. Now we see a clear provocation and they are like this. They can't look at it. And what do we do with it other than just be extremely frustrated? We can see it. We can see through their lies, but we have to keep going to work so that our taxpayers' dollars support it.
I mean, you have upwards of 2 million Ukrainians have now been killed. And you have all of these mercenaries from other countries on the front lines being killed now. So it'll be really interesting once the real numbers start coming out as to how many Polish soldiers have been killed, how many British soldiers have been killed in Ukraine, how many American soldiers. I'm not talking mercenaries who are like bloodlusting and they're 40 years old and they just want to get away from their wives and they want to like go shoot some people. No. I'm talking like active duty and special forces. Will we get those numbers? We're working on it. But 2 million Ukrainians killed. How many more do you have? I mean, I know you're conscripting farmers now. They're literally going, okay, who do you have left? But shit's about to hit the fan. And we'll be watching it very closely here on the show. All right. Get in your super chats now. And people are saying, yeah, Putin is reasonable, but he's also cornered. I don't know if he's cornered, but he's definitely, people are at their wits' end. And there are, of course, neocons in that country, like there are in the United States, who are nearby him, who've wanted him to be explosive in his attacks, but he's really held back on a lot of civilian infrastructure attacks. But I think this might be the straw that broke the camel's back.
I'm sure.
In fact, they told us that in their statement. This is the straw.
Well, I mean, for us so far in the West, we are not able to feel the pain of what this feels like. I mean, you have to put yourself in the shoes of a Russian person who is feeling this attack on their own country and, loss of young girls' lives who have nothing to do with this. And so we are insulated very much from that pain, the same way we're insulated from the pain of the April 8th attack on Lebanon, with the same way we're insulated from the attacks on February 28th on the Iranian school of young girls. We are not supposed to feel it, and it's up to us whether we do or not. I feel it acutely. There are videos I'm going to talk about in just a second of a baby in Gaza with its foot blown off. I couldn't sleep last night because of this. We have to feel this, you guys. This is humanity being attacked across the board. But we're only told to feel only certain things. Attacks on Americans, October 7th. And I'm at my wit's end about it. So let me know how you feel about it.
Yeah. So first of all, someone in the chat room is like, Kiev was not encircled. Yes, it was. And this idea that Russia was pushed back is a total fake Wikipedia story. Do you think Russia was pushed back? No, they weren't. They left. That's well documented. They weren't pushed back. They left as part of a pullback in order to achieve some sort of a settlement, some sort of a peace. Just to be clear on that, and just so we're not conflating two different stories here. Thank you so much for watching Redacted. We'd love for you to subscribe to the channel.
Well, my dear truth seekers, while Ukraine and the West are trying to recover from the devastating strike by Orshnik missiles on strategically important facilities of Ukrainian and NATO forces in the Kiev region, Russia has delivered another shocking surprise. As it turned out, the state tests of the world's only nuclear-powered cruise missile Burevestnik and the nuclear-powered unmanned underwater vehicle Poseidon, which took place in October 2025, were so successful that Russia decided to expand the scope of the unique technologies of these weapons systems. My friends, let me remind you that both Burevestnik and Poseidon use the innovative technology of a nuclear installation, which allows them to be on the move for many months, or even years. This means that the cruise missile Burevestnik can remain airborne indefinitely, and upon receiving an appropriate command, attack targets from the most unexpected directions. Another advantage of this unique weapon is that, unlike conventional cruise missiles, Burevestnik flies at extremely low altitudes. As a result, the detection and destruction of this missile is not possible by enemy air defense systems. Regarding the Poseidon underwater drone, this distinctive device is capable of submerging to depths exceeding 1,000 meters, while maintaining very high speeds. All this turns Poseidon into an invisible object of the world's oceans, which even the most modern Western submarines will not be able to detect and stop. The Poseidon underwater drone and the Burevestnik cruise missile received such unique characteristics only thanks to the innovative nuclear engine, which still remains the main technological mystery of the 21st century. Even though the exact characteristics of this nuclear engine are strictly classified, in November 2025, Vladimir Putin officially announced that the Poseidon underwater drone had received a nuclear reactor, comparable in power to those installed on modern submarines, but at the same time, its dimensions are 1,000 times smaller. It's precisely this factor that has become Moscow's main trump card, once again proving to the world that Russia is the world leader in nuclear technologies. My dear truth seekers, it is worth noting that right after the United States and the USSR created the world's first atomic bombs, and marked the beginning of the nuclear era, American and Soviet scientists began work on creating a nuclear engine. The Americans and Russians were well aware that, if successful, this nuclear engine would give them unlimited possibilities in all spheres, including the military. So, in the mid-1960s of the last century, American engineers created a huge Pluto rocket, with a ramjet engine and a monstrous nuclear reactor, with a total capacity of 600 megawatts. However, due to its huge size, the Americans were unable to conduct aerial tests of this missile. Although the hypothetical nuclear engine would have allowed this rocket to remain airborne indefinitely, the project had to be cancelled, due to the enormous size of both the rocket and the engine. In addition, American engineers also failed to solve the problem of the ramjet engine, as a result of which this rocket would leave a huge radioactive trace in flight. Furthermore, it took 15-20 hours to prepare and launch this missile, which was unacceptable, especially in the event of a war. This factor also influenced the closure of this project. For comparison, the nuclear engine of the Russian Burevestnik cruise missile is 100 times smaller than that created by American engineers. And most importantly, Burevestnik's nuclear engine leaves no radioactive trace during flight. Even though the exact characteristics of this Russian nuclear engine are strictly classified, Vladimir Putin has officially confirmed that the Burevestnik cruise missile has a nuclear reactor that can be launched within a few seconds. Thus, it becomes clear that the technologies used in the Burevestnik missile are fundamentally different from those developed by engineers in the 1960s. Based on this and other available facts, it can be assumed that the Burevestnik cruise missile is equipped with a turbojet engine, with a closed-type fast neutrons nuclear reactor, the coolant of which is molten sodium. All this indicates that this engine can indeed be started within a few seconds, and that it does not leave any radioactive exhaust during flight. Furthermore, if the Russian military turns off the engine of the Burevestnik cruise missile and plunges it into the ocean, the coolant of the nuclear reactor will instantly freeze, and create a solid shell around the nuclear fuel, which will then allow the Russian military to get this missile out of the water without harming the environment. Obviously, the Poseidon underwater drone also uses similar technology. It is noteworthy that these technologies were developed by Russian nuclear engineers, who are rightfully considered the best in the world. Simply put, the principle of operation of the nuclear engine of the Burevestnik cruise missile is no different from the ground-based nuclear reactor, BM-800, at the Beloyarsk nuclear power plant, in the Sverdlovsk region. However, the uniqueness of the nuclear reactor installed on the Burevestnik missile lies not only in its miniature size, but also in its ability to operate in conditions of huge overload and constant turbulence, at an altitude of several tens of meters above the ground. How Russian engineers managed to construct such robust fuel assemblies that allow them to withstand enormous overloads during missile flight, and at the same time, maintain a normal flow of neutrons in the reactor, remains a mystery. It is noteworthy that right after the successful tests of the Burevestnik cruise missile, rumors surfaced that Russia is allegedly considering creating long-range civilian planes that would use the same nuclear engine technology. However, as you know, I create my videos based only on facts, not rumors. In this regard, I would like to draw your attention to Vladimir Putin's very important words. In particular, he officially confirmed that the technologies of the Burevestnik cruise missile will be used in the lunar program. Indeed, during Putin's state visit to Beijing, the parties once again confirmed that Russia and China had agreed to build a joint base on the moon. Moreover, given Russia's extensive experience and scientific capabilities, it is Moscow that will build a nuclear power plant on the moon, which will become the heart of this lunar base. And here, the Russians will use their main trump card: a miniature nuclear reactor that can be delivered to the moon using a launch vehicle. Furthermore, this information was officially confirmed by First Deputy Prime Minister of Russia, Denis Manturov, and President of the National Research Center Kurchatov Institute, Mikhail Kovalchuk. According to them, Russia will send the first materials for the construction of a nuclear power plant to the moon in 2030. Thus, it becomes clear that Russia has already developed technical solutions for the construction of the first lunar nuclear power plant in human history. It is noteworthy that the United States was shocked by this statement from Russia. The fact is that Americans are well aware that in the absence of sunlight and the inability to use solar panels on the moon, the country that will be the first to build a nuclear power plant there will become the owner of this natural satellite of the Earth. And judging by what is happening, Russia will be the first country to do this.
We're going to have Scott Ritter with us in a moment. We're having some challenges getting him on the line, but we're in communication and he'll be here shortly. So stand by for that. But let's take a look at what's actually happening right now. There was, I guess, the day before yesterday, we had a statement from the Russian side that said, "Listen, we're going to strike some decision makers because of some strikes that happened on in Luhansk Oblast, where they hit a school and killed a bunch of kids." The Russians said that we're going to strike back really hard, hit decision makers. And then you see Sergei Lavrov got together with Marco Rubio and warned him, hey, we need to get people out of there. I saw just before we came on here that Dmitry Medvedev has come on and published a Telegram and also an X account. And he made comment of that. He said, well, we have warned people to get out, but they didn't get out. And so now I guess they have extra diplomats to give up to the West. That's one of the statements that he made. So one wonders what in the world is coming tonight, and what has Russia as excited and unhappy as they are right now, which seems to be a big change. And I believe I do see that Scott Ritter is now with us. I'm very grateful to see Scott there because, man, you are the expert that we want to go to. And for those who may not know, Scott Ritter is a veteran Marine Corps intelligence officer, former United Nations weapons inspector, and now one of the most sought-after military analysts in the business. And we know why, because he always has all the answers. And so, Scott, welcome back to the show.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Well, listen, let's just jump right into this part here, because this is too many people in the West say, oh, well, you know, Dmitry Medvedev is just a clown. He's just a hothead. Don't ever pay any attention to what he says. But when he says stuff that's actually in coordination and seemingly in concert with what Sergei Lavrov has said just recently and what their official government has claimed about get out of Kiev because something big is coming, what do you make of that?
Get out of Kiev because something big is coming. It's a statement of fact. It's not an assessment. Russia is complying with its obligations under international humanitarian law or the law of war. Anybody who knows the law of war understands that if you're about to carry out an attack that may have the potential to, include civilians who might be in the area, that you have a duty and responsibility to provide adequate warning. It's something the United States doesn't do. Something Israel doesn't do, but it's something that Russia always does because Russia doesn't target civilian targets. There's collateral damage, there's accidents that happen, but generally speaking, Russia targets only military targets or targets that are legally allowed to be targeted under the law of war. Russia's getting ready to erase the center of Kiev. People need to understand that. Anybody who's been to Kiev, I have, and you've seen these buildings, the architecture, it's beautiful. It's about to be erased. It's about to be eliminated. This is a signal not just to Ukraine about the futility of continuing resistance. This is a signal to Europe, as in Paris, this is you. Berlin, this is you. London, this is you. If you guys want to play stupid games, this is the prize you're about to win. But in order to do this, Russia must comply with the law of war. It's the additional Protocol 1 of the Geneva Conventions requires adequate warning in advance. There is no specific time attached to this, so for me to sit here and say it's going to be 24 hours, I don't know that. I don't know what Russia considers to be adequate warning. My guess is that something's going to happen tonight, and it's going to be something that nobody has seen before. I believe a Reshenik will be used, but this time used in a way that is more than just a demonstration. I think the Russians did a demonstration a couple nights ago to the Ukrainians, hit a legitimate target, but just demonstrating what could happen. Zelensky's response was to fire nearly 300 drones into Moscow. They were all shot down, but Zelensky said, we're not done. He's getting ready to launch a major drone campaign in June, backed by the British. He may attempt to strike the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum, the largest forum of its type in the world, bigger than Davos, which is convening next week. Russia can't allow this to happen. So Russia is going to erase Kiev. The justification, of course, is the horrific attack carried out by Ukraine together with British and American backing of a teachers' college in Starobelsk and Lugansk. 21 students were murdered, assassinated literally by Ukrainians who had eyes on target. This wasn't an accident. This was a deliberate act. We have the Starlink antenna. We know that the FP-1 drones were firing rockets that can only be fired when you have eyes on target and somebody is telling them to fire. So there was a Ukrainian with an MI6 controller watching this target, assassinating these sleeping students who woke up, tried to escape, and were murdered in successive waves of FP-1 drones firing air-to-ground rockets and then diving in with their own bombs to flatten, collapse the buildings. Russia, this is the straw that broke the camel's back. Russia has been saying all along that it doesn't want to escalate. It's not seeking escalation. It always looks for the diplomatic option out. It's the United States, it's Europe, and it's Ukraine that have foregone the diplomatic solution. So now Russia is saying, diplomacy is dead. Literally, there will be no resurrecting this. It's done. There's no negotiated outcome. Unconditional surrender is the only outcome, and Russia will continue to erase Ukrainian cities throughout the summer until Ukraine either ceases to exist or surrenders unconditionally. And if Europe wants to get involved,
Russia will invite Europe to the party. This is where we're at in this war. It's a very dangerous progression of the conflict, but inevitable given the absolutely irresponsible behavior of Ukraine, Europe, and the United States.
Now, you say that they're willing to, are I guess, prepared to continue to go on further. There were some strikes in Kiev here just the last few nights, and we've actually shown some of them pretty dramatic footage of some of these, and it was really noteworthy to me that when those missiles were coming in, there was no air defense missiles going up. That whether they missed them or not, there were none going up, just Russian missiles coming down, which implies that even the capital city is now effectively defenseless, at least in the videos that were shown there. But what you seem to be suggesting is not just another missile attack, but something much bigger. What is your understanding of what may be in the works?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry, I'm reading your chat. I shouldn't read the chat, but Ritter's a paid Russian.
Don't read the chat, man. I never read the chat.
Ritter's a paid Russian asset. If I am, I'm waiting for the freaking check, okay? But I'm not. I pay for everything myself. It's part of the record, and I would appreciate if people would just stop that kind of nonsense. You can disagree with me. Feel free. That's, of course, legitimate. You may say that I don't know what I'm talking about. That's your right. But to call me a paid Russian asset's an insult. I was a commissioned officer in the United States Marine Corps, sworn up to defend the Constitution. I've been to war to defend my country, and I would close with and destroy you, the people saying this. So don't push your luck. I'm sorry. I'm sort of in a combative mood right now because I'm very angry that it's gotten to this. This is something that just didn't need to happen. This should have been avoided back in late March, early April, when there was a peace treaty ready to be signed between Russia and Ukraine. But it was the United States and Great Britain that intervened and got the Ukrainians to back out. And it's the United States and Great Britain that have allowed this conflict to go on so that more than 2 million Ukrainians are dead, 5 million Ukrainians are wounded. The total eradication of the genetic future of Ukraine. It's dead as a society, dead as a nation. It will not survive this. No matter what happens, Ukraine is finished because demographically it can't survive given what has happened to it. This didn't need to happen. And now we're going to see cultural centers, beautiful places of Europe that are going to be destroyed in a way that they didn't have to, but now are as a necessity. The strikes that Russia did a couple nights ago were strikes that were related to the drone attack. Again, most people don't know this. They don't understand what happened there. They say, oh, Russia struck a museum. Russia struck a shopping center. Russia struck this. Every one of those places, the Ukrainians have bragged that the FP1 drone the production has been broken down and hidden in schools. Hidden in the basements of museums, hidden in the garages of shopping centers. This is a statement of fact. I'm not speculating. The Ukrainians brag about this. They've actually put out videos where the guys are saying, hey, we're in the school, a school gymnasium building FP1 drones, and they're surprised when the Russians hit it. They say, oh, you hit a school. Well, it's not a school. It's now a defense industrial base. Everything you're showing here, all these targets were involved in the manufacture of FP1 drones. The drones being used to strike Starobelsk Teachers College. And the Russians struck, destroying these and destroying the command centers. It's believed that the Oreshnik was fired against a command center of the drones used to direct the strike. The Russians have a very good intelligence picture of what's going on. They avoid these very kinds of targets because, again, these are targets that, you know, from a visual perspective, don't look good, and so Russia's avoided. But when these places are building drones that are used to murder sleeping student teachers in their dormitory, then Russia has no choice. So they struck it. But these are not national command and control targets. These are targets related to the action on Starobelsk. What Russia's getting ready to do is take out the parliament, take out the presidential administration, take out the defense ministry, take out the major infrastructure of the government of Ukraine. They're going to erase the government of Ukraine, at least the infrastructure. Sure, they'll be evacuated, people will run. It's called shake the tree, people. I've done it for a living. You blow these things up and now they have to relocate. And Russia has good intelligence. As I said, if they know where your secret FP1 production facility is, they're going to know where Zelensky runs to. And eventually you're going to catch up and they're going to kill them. This is a death sentence for Ukraine. Understand that every single member of the Ukrainian government has been indicted in Russia for crimes against humanity, for murder. I want to remind people of the murder that has taken place, documented in Kursk, when the Ukrainians went in at the behest of the United States and Great Britain, invaded and occupied parts of Kursk Oblast. The Ukrainian forces literally murdered hundreds of elderly Russians who couldn't evacuate. Nobody was allowed to live. They didn't just murder them, they raped them. It's on videotape. The Russian prosecutors have it. They've played it. And the people involved up the kill chain are going to be held to account. And those people include the president of Ukraine, the head of the Ukrainian intelligence service, the minister of defense, the foreign minister. All of the people involved in government have a death sentence hanging over their head. So, ladies and gentlemen, get ready to see something very, very ugly unfold over the course of this summer. The death of a nation.
That's hardly anybody in the West can believe that's possible, because there has been this belief that what we've seen from Russia for now about a quarter year is that all they've done because that's all they can do, that they're given a maximalist effort, and that's just it. So it's kind of a frozen conflict, et cetera. I'm going to get into some of the tactical stuff here in a minute, but what do you say to those who say, well, the Russians not going to do that, otherwise they would have already done those kinds of things? And so that's not what's going to happen here. They're going to launch a few more missiles, but it's not going to be that big a deal.
Look, and I'll admit, I mean, again, in your chat, there's going to be people, Ritter, you said they're going to be done in a week. So did the director of the CIA. So did the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So did any military professional, because there was no doubt that if Russia wanted to close with and destroy the Ukrainian army and kill a nation state back in February of 2022, they would have done so. But they didn't want that. What they wanted to do is get Ukraine to the negotiating table and bring it into this conflict through diplomacy, which has always been Russia's go-to move. And Russia succeeded in that. Why do you think Ukraine went to Gomel, Belarus 6 days after the Russians intervened? Because they realized that they were dying. You can say what you want, but the Russians were slaughtering the Ukrainian military. Yes, Russia was taking casualties, but the Ukrainian military was being slapped all over the battlefield and dying in great numbers. And the Ukrainians saw that this was a death sentence, so they went to the negotiating table and they negotiated an end to the war less than a month later. This was the Russian goal and objective. Look at the terms of peace. Russia was turning back all of the territory of Ukraine captured. Russia was not seeking to take the nation. People who say that are liars. They simply are lying, fabricating, because the record is quite clear. But then what happened is the United States and Great Britain intervened and told the Ukrainians, you can't accept this peace deal, and they continued the war. Now the war shifts into another phase, a phase that what Russia, frankly speaking, wasn't ready to enter into. And what, now you have to, this is what people don't understand. It's not a war that's being fought on the battlefield up until now. It's a war that's been fought in, the back rooms of banks, in the, in the marketplace. It's an economic war. The total sanctioning of Russia, including its energy, required Russia to undertake dramatic economic measures that are linked. War is an extension of politics by other means, and politics is an extension of the economy. So what Vladimir Putin was doing was managing a very complex situation that required him to balance the needs on the battlefield with the reality of the economy and the reality of Russia's, diplomatic posture abroad. Russia couldn't go in hard at this juncture, or else they could lose the support of China. Wasn't really on board early on. They could lose the support of everybody. But what Russia did is stabilize its economy, then develop effective diplomatic links abroad, building a multipolar response to American hegemony. So today, as we speak, Russia's in an extremely strong diplomatic position, an extremely strong economic position. And on the battlefield, Russia is prevailing. If you think otherwise, you don't know anything about this war. Jerome, you said you're going to talk tactics later, so I'll hold off on that. But the point is, Russia's at a stage now. Up until now, Putin was balancing this. He'd avoid escalation because he has a winning formula. He's winning economically, he's winning politically, and he, at home and abroad, and he's winning on the battlefield militarily, engaging in a protracted a war of attrition where he's literally grinding down not just Ukraine, but the collective West. Why do you think Europe can't build an army today? Because they have no defense industry, because it's empty. Why can't America supply them? Because we've supplied everything the Russians had grounded up, and then we went on the fast track and getting rid of our reserves by going to war with Iran. But the point is, the West has nothing, literally nothing. The situation that exists today is one where Russia can responsibly escalate without fear of generating the kind of intervention from the West that Russia would have had trouble dealing with economically and politically. It's war. War is broad spectrum. It's not just the battlefield. Russia could always handle the battlefield, but the problem is the battlefield is linked to economic decisions and political decisions. One of the things that was happening in the lead up to what's about to happen is politically, Russia was being attacked by a very concerted campaign of mental warfare being waged by Great Britain using the Ukrainian proxy, where they were resonating defeatism amongst not just the liberal elite of Russia, which no longer exists, but amongst the supporters of the war, creating the perception that Russia couldn't win the war, that Russia was bogged down, that Putin was indecisive, and this defeatism was sinking in, and it was going to cause a problem. This is why, another reason why Russia must act now, because it must act now decisively to undo the impact of this mental war being waged against it.
Well, and in fact, that's a great segue here because I want to get your view on something that's been in the Russian newspapers. The BBC often reads the Russian newspapers and puts out comments here. I have myself seen in some of the online RIA Novosti, the Military Review, I think it's called, and I've been seeing a lot of commentary about people openly questioning now, what is Putin doing? Here is the summary of some of the key parts that's been in Russian media today.
Several of today's Russian papers publish yesterday's statement by the Russian Foreign Ministry. Here it is in the Russian government paper, Rossiyskaya Gazeta. It announces Moscow's intention to launch what it calls consistent and systematic strikes on enterprises of the Ukrainian defense industry in Kiev, including specific facilities for the design, production, and programming of drones and their preparation for use. It adds that the strikes will also target decision-making centers and command posts. But as Russia threatens to launch more strikes on Kiev, there is clearly a debate going on inside Russia about where the war goes from here. As Moskovsky Komsomolets reports this morning, the Russian expert community has split over future scenarios for the SMO, the so-called Special Military Operation. It was this split which became the dominant topic at last weekend's assembly of the Council for Foreign and Defense Policy. The professional community is split between those in favor of continuing the SMO until the stated goals are achieved, and those who believe it's time to end it, because the worst case scenario is not even defeat, it's an endless SMO.
So what do you make of these, and this is not Britain claiming things here, this is actually in the Russian media. What do you claim of this alleged split between the Russian elite?
Well, again, let me just back up for a second. Mr. Rosenberg works for the BBC. We know that you don't work for the BBC unless you've been vetted by MI5. Statement of fact, the British have acknowledged this over and over again. He is a British government agent. Not only that, MI5 is an internal security service. He is an agent of MI6. MI6 controls the British press. Rosenberg has spent the better part of the last year binging off and creating. I talked about mental war, and this is a clear example of it. The mental war that has been waged against Russia has created this very split amongst the experts that's then picked up by Russian media. And there are ways that the British can vector this into the media. Rosenberg's an expert at it. So what we're seeing here is mental warfare playing out in broad daylight. This isn't legitimate journalism going on. This is manipulated journalism through a very sophisticated MI6 operation designed to ask this very question. This very question is a British-generated question projected into Russia. So that's what's going on here. There is no real split. Because first of all, that's not the way Russia works. The expert community, what is the expert community? The expert community has no decision-making ability whatsoever and has no political relevance. Ask yourself, how many votes in the State Duma does the expert committee control? What kind of political power do they project into Novosibirsk, for instance, one of the largest industrial places? Do they control the assembly of Novosibirsk? Can they influence policymaking? What is their role in decision-making? The answer is 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, null across the board. So we're literally talking about people who don't matter, who don't have an impact. They have an advisory capacity, but Putin understands exactly what's going on right now. Believe me, the SVR knows what mental warfare is, and the FSB knows what mental warfare is, and they understand what's transpiring here. So this is a debate generated by the British within Russian society to create the kind of doomsayers in there. But the only vote that matters is the Russian leadership vote. What you're reading in newspapers is irrelevant. That's why Rosenberg is doing this. This is a British game. It's a sophisticated game. It's one that the British have been playing for a long time. And people may say, well, Scott, what do you know? I don't know. Maybe I was involved in Operation Mass Appeal, which is an MI6 operation back in 1998 to inject misinformation into mainstream media, including the British press through British editors and writers. Guys, been there, done that, got the T-shirt. Okay, I know what MI6 is. I know what MI6 does. I was first person seat right there at the table when these decisions were made, and it's happening today. This isn't manufactured stuff, speculation, conspiracy theory. Steve Rosenberg worked for MI6, and what you just read is an MI6 operation that has no relevance in the Russian reality.
But you did say right before this that one of the reasons why Putin may be taking this action now is because there is some grumbling going on. I've heard that from a number of sources that I have also. Not that it's anything that's going to undercut Putin, but it is some people were very pro-Russian people were very angry that why has Putin not hit the gas so far, but now it looks like maybe he is.
But that's and what Rosenberg's missing, because this is an MI6 generated script, is he's talking about people who don't have a factor. There are people that have a problem. Let me just remind everybody what happened in June of 2023 when Yevgeny Prigozhin mobilized 7,000 Wagner fighters and marched on Moscow. That was done at the behest of the British. The British had told him that they had businessmen in Moscow who were going to rise up and they were going to create a Moscow Maidan where Wagner came in, seized the square. People rose up and demanded the resignation of Shoigu, Gerasimov, and would bring Putin under their control. This was a British operation. It failed, but it happened. So when people say, well, it couldn't happen today, guys, it happened 3 years ago. Literally 3 years ago, almost to the month. This is the danger. Inside Russia, who cares about these civilian advisors? There's a significant body of war veterans, Wagner veterans, paratrooper veterans, people who have fought in this conflict, lost loved ones in this conflict, who are saying we need to win this damn war. And they're frustrated that they're not winning. The mental war, again, this attack on this school was a deliberate act done by the British, because if Putin didn't react to this, it would resonate deeply, and you could see possibly another repeat of June 2023 happening in June 2026. Again, for the people out there say, what are you talking about? It happened, guys. It already happened. So to pretend it couldn't happen again is absurd. And the danger of it is that you have this event that has resonated deeply with the Russian people. Putin has no choice but to take action right now, because otherwise he plays into the narrative that is being promoted by the British in the minds of the Russian people. Not these people that are quoted in newspapers. They don't matter. They're not the ones that are going to be marching on Moscow and assembling in the square. This matters with the right-wing nationalist people who want this war to be won, and they are demanding that this war be won. And I think now the Russian government understands that the old way of doing business is no longer viable, that it is time for escalation to manage not only the conflict on the ground, but the conflict at home.
Now, we had on our show last week, we talked about, we had several guests on last week, one of which was Alistair Crook, who was very concerned about an escalation of the war, not just in Ukraine, but beyond the borders of which he talked about his former colleague, Karaganov, some of the things he has said. Sladkov has said some things about launching conventional military missiles into Western Europe, et cetera. And he said that actually on Glenn Deason's show. Well, Glenn Deason here just recently has talked about some of his frustrations with NATO and some of the participation that they've been doing against Russia.
We are deeply involved in attacking Russia. And I made this point last year when with this long-range strikes, where the weapons are supplied by us, the war planners, they direct the goals. We have our politicians standing there saying, well, our goal should be to do deep strikes in Russia, destroy its energy infrastructure. You have the intelligence being picked by our intelligence services. They're doing the targeting. Our satellites are guiding the missiles. So we are deeply involved in every way. This is no longer even, you mentioned John Mersheimer. I referred to it as a proxy war, and he said, Glenn, really, we kind of moved beyond proxy war. NATO is now attacking Russia directly.
Now, that's obviously they're not the only ones who have that opinion. Is that part of what's also driving Putin to what may be coming later tonight?
Yes, because, again, the attack that took place on Starobelsk College was an attack carried out by the British. The Ukrainians are the proxy. But they're using drones. FP Firepoint is a company that's people Google it and look into it. It's run by a female grifter who has no background whatsoever. It's a front company so that the British can say the Ukrainians are producing indigenous drones. But it's not. This is all British managed, et cetera. Britain is a NATO country. But we see, for instance, the Germans saying we are preparing for war with Russia. The French, we are preparing for war with Russia. The British, we are preparing for war with Russia. We want war with Russia. It's inevitable we will be fighting war with Russia. They're talking about building weapons, long-range strike weapons to strike Russia. I mean, how long does Russia have to sit there and go, well, geez, they're saying it and they're doing it? I mean, FP5 Flamingo is a British-built weapon that is being launched from Ukrainian territory into the Russia's strategic depth. The British are launching their weapons from Ukraine into Russia's strategic depth. This is unsustainable. NATO is at war with Russia. NATO intelligence, I mean, again, probably a good thing I'm not a Russian, despite what everybody says in your chat, because if I was, every single one of these American and British intelligence assets would be shot down because they're actively collecting intelligence that's being used to target Russia's strategic depth. They are parties to the conflict, but Putin has been deliberately avoiding escalation. But the bottom line is now that we're getting into the erasure of Ukraine, the next step is to get rid of the nations that are facilitating Ukraine's drone strikes. The first step is to get rid of the Baltic corridor. Right now, Ukraine is firing or launching drones that go through Poland, through the Baltic corridor, and strike in the vicinity of St. Petersburg. The Baltic corridor will be shut down. There's a big meeting right now of European Union and NATO members in the Baltics to talk about this very thing. They're talking about supporting them, but I also think they're talking about making sure that the Ukrainians cease and desist because they understand that a red line has been crossed. There will be a Russian strike against Latvia. I mean, Narishkin, the head of the SVR, has published 7 or 8 targets, which he says we have the intelligence approves. These are Ukrainian operating bases. We will not allow this to happen. If Ukraine strikes the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum next week, launched through the Baltic corridor, then you're going to see Latvia be erased. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It will be erasure of a Baltic state, a NATO member. And there's not a damn thing NATO can do about it because for all their talk about building this, building that, the reason why they're talking about building this, building that is that they have nothing. NATO has nothing today, zero capacity to do anything. Moreover, their talk is empty rhetoric because they lack the industrial foundation to build up because of sanctions, et cetera, from in use. You can't go from 0 to 60 when you have 0. 0 to 60 implies you have a machine that has a gas pedal, you hit the gas. They don't have a machine. They don't have a gas pedal. They don't even have the gas. That's an important thing. They don't have the gas. The British are, all their tough talk, they're saying, well, we hate Russia. We can't empower, but we're going to ease up on the sanctions right now because we need that Russian aviation fuel to keep British Airways flying this summer. Really? You don't think Lufthansa needs the same thing? You don't think Air France needs the same thing? They're all dying right now economically because of the energy shortage brought on, and they need Russian energy. They're lucky that Russia, continues to sell them energy.
It's interesting as you were talking here, I just got an email from Anatol Levin, who just published an article in the Responsible Statecraft, and I don't know, maybe he was watching our show, but he says he was talking about Rubio's conversation with Sergei Lavrov, and he writes, it most probably means that Russia intends to use Oreshnik hypersonic ballistic missiles to strike the underground headquarters in Kiev, where U.S. and European officers have been helping Ukraine armed forces to target Russia with missiles and drones. And in his note here, he says the U.S. government needs to take this very seriously and do so urgently. They don't seem to have understood the extent of the danger. So that completely, and there's another evidence of it right there, even as we're on the air, talking about what's going on here. So I think that this is something that I think that the idea in too many people's minds is, okay, I hear what you're saying, Scott. I hear what Anatol Levin's saying. I hear what Karaganov is saying, Glenn Deason, but that can't actually happen. The Russians wouldn't actually do that. And here's why. Because they've saw since this war started, every time there was an alleged red line for the Russians, whether it was first artillery and then tanks and then long-range missiles and F-16s, and every time it happened, Russia didn't expand the war. And so they come to believe there are no red lines. So we can literally do anything we want. Now we're using NATO airspace to help going in there, et cetera. Apparently Kaliningrad is being threatened by some in the West, even right now. So it seems that we have lost our fear of what Russia may do, and it strikes me that they're apparently aware of this in Moscow.
Yeah, I would advise people to be very careful about it. I mean, you're 100% right in terms of the perception. but providing M777s to Ukraine was considered a red line. Didn't want to cross. They crossed it, and they're all dead now. Ukraine doesn't have any M777s left. Russia killed them all. HIMARS, very ineffective weapon. Russia's killed it or solved it. Can't shoot it. Not ATACMS. No one talks about ATACMS anymore. No one talks about Scalp. No one talks about Storm Shadow. No one talks about F-16s, which just get shot out of the sky every time they take off. No one talks about any of these weapon systems because even though Russia had a red line, every time they were crossed, Russia had a solution to it. Russia is winning this war hands down, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very hard war, very difficult war. The drone aspect of it is unreal. People go down to Pokrovsk and take a look at what's happening in Pokrovsk. Imagine a modern battlefield. You normally think that, I know you and I fought a war where when we speak of company online, we got 170 dudes, 136 dudes spread out, platoon formation, squads moving forward. They don't fight like that. They go forward in 2s and 3s, more 6 at the most, infiltrating in with drone coverage, artillery coverage. You dig in with 15 guys, but then these 2 guys come up, 2 guys against 15, but the 15 can't get out of the bunker because they get pummeled with drones. They have their own drones coming in, so the 2 guys have to be careful. And this is the kind of war, very slow, methodical war that Russia's winning. They're grinding them down. They're killing literally thousands of Ukrainians a day, ladies and gentlemen, not thousands of Russians. Trust me, thousands of Ukrainians a day are being slaughtered. The Pokrovsk battle cost them 60 to 80,000 dead. They're about ready to lose 100,000 in the Slavyansk-Kramatorsk battles. This is real stuff. This is a slaughter that's taking place. The West has ignored this, but every red line has been managed by Russia effectively on the battlefield, which is why they're winning. But from a perception standpoint, the West got lulled into a false sense of complacency. We can continuously escalate. Ladies and gentlemen, what I told you before about mental war is an escalation that goes outside of the traditional definition of what the battlefield is. The battlefield has now been extended into the Russian domestic political sphere and is resonating. It's a different battlefield. It's a different concept, and Russia will not allow this to stand. So, yes, it's changing now. And Russia is going to do things that are unimaginable. But we won't have to imagine it in 24 to 48 hours. You'll see it. And we'll Ritter's blowing smoke up your butt, or if this is real. I think you're going to see the erasure of Kiev. The Kiev.
That's a big statement.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because Anatol Lieven is he's actually been one who's really, I won't say passive is the right word, but he's like saying, okay, things aren't that bad, and he's been pretty calm about things. And for him to issue an alarm, a warning like this that matches yours here should be getting a lot of people's attention. Now, you mentioned Kramatorsk and Slavyansk. I want to go to that because there's a belief in the West, and I've talked to a number of folks here in Washington, D.C. who have this belief, is that Russia has, moving forth in inches, over the last 2 years. And yeah, they've killed a lot of people, and they've got a few big cities or medium-sized cities, but they haven't moved that much farther, and they haven't moved the needle any. And in that area there's a recent report by the Institute for the Study of War, which I know you hold in the highest esteem. Here's what they have to say about this new, I think they call it a fortress belt on those cities.
The fortress belt in Donetsk Oblast remains the cornerstone of Ukraine's defense, making it Putin's main operational goal. Ukraine's fortress belt is a concentration of 4 large cities in Donetsk Oblast and their satellite settlements that run north to south along the H-20 Konstantinivka-Slavyansk highway. This belt is 50 kilometers long, or about 31 miles. It had a pre-invasion population of over 380,000 people, and over 100,000 residents still populate the cities. Ukraine has spent the last 11 years pouring time, money, and effort and resources into reinforcing the belt, establishing significant defensive infrastructure in and around these cities. The urban buildup of the fortress belt and its satellite towns provides Ukraine with a significant advantage. Russia paid a high cost in the Battle of Bakhmut and the campaign for Pokrovsk, but those will pale in comparison to those necessary to seize the fortress belt.
So he's saying that Pokrovsk and Bakhmut were going to be pale in comparison to the Kramatorsk fortress belt. What do you say?
Well, I mean, I can't predict the future. What we do know is the Ukrainian army is capable of very tenuous defense. I wouldn't want to have to fight them. I mean, I would, but I wouldn't want to. I mean, they're pretty damn good. And Their performance in Bakhmut and Pokrovsk proves this. They get beat by the Russians, who just happen to be better, but the Ukrainians are pretty good. So I'm not going to sit here and pretend that they are incapable of running, a spirited defense. What I will say is that the Ukrainians are the most corrupt people in the world, and this fortress belt that he's talking about hasn't been built. He should probably check in with his Ukrainian sources. The money that was meant to go into the construction of the fortress belt actually went into the pockets of corrupt Ukrainian politicians, and this fortress belt is non-existent, doesn't exist. And we know that because of the three towns that he mentioned, the one at the bottom, Konstantinovka, the Russians are already in there, infiltrated. Up in Slavyansk, the Russians have already done infiltration moves. They're deep into Ukrainian lines. The Ukrainians don't have any reserves because they launched all their reserves to win, PR headlines in Pokrovsk and Kupiansk. I think you're going to see this fortress belt collapse rapidly. Now, when you get into the urban areas, sadly, the Ukrainians don't respect their own civilians, and so they will sacrifice 100,000 men holding apartment buildings. And the Russians then will destroy the apartment buildings and move from one apartment building to the next. And, a beautiful city like Kramatorsk will end up looking like Bakhmut. But the Russians aren't going to be doing meat grinder assaults. The Russians learned a lot in Bakhmut about how to fight an urban battle. They're not going to do that again. The Russians are literally just going to stand by. They have the FAB bombs. They're going to flatten these places. The Ukrainians have nothing. And they're going to kill them, starve them, drive them out. And once this fortress belt collapses, as it will, there's nothing left till you get to the end of the Donetsk People's Republic, and Russia will have done it. And then they can penetrate deeper into Dnipropetrovsk and other oblasts to build that buffer that Russia's always claimed that they're going. That's necessitated by this war.
And here you can see this. This is where they are right now. This is the border there that they're trying to get to, and Kupiansk is up here. And there was a lot of time where Kupiansk had been almost completely retaken by the Ukraine side, but then they lost that because every time they launch any kind of a big offensive like that, they can't hold it, so they end up losing it and just losing the people.
The people need to understand on these maps. Again, what I tried to explain is these defensive lines aren't defensive lines. Given the nature of drone warfare, you literally can't put troops up and dig in. And so there's huge gray zones where the Russians will go in and put outposts up there and establish a fire control presence, but then they're going to pull their troops back into more fortified positions. And so what happens is the Ukrainians will then launch a counterattack that punches into this gray zone, and it looks as though they've accomplished something. They've taken Russian territory. There's no Russian troops there. They punch into a dead zone, a pre-prepared fire trap, and they all die. This is why Ukraine lost 60,000 people trying to, defend Pokrovsk and counterattack in Pokrovsk, and they've lost tens of thousands in Kupiansk. Don't read the maps. If you read the maps and you use traditional military thinking about how force structure is, you don't have a clue. And unfortunately, the average person can't go to the front lines and do the research. They have to rely on others to do that for them. But the reality of the battlefield is far different. And unfortunately, Colonel, I got contractors showing up in my house, so I've got to run.
Okay. All right. Well, we appreciate you coming on. Boy, this is a pretty big show that we had for you here, and we really appreciate you coming on.
Okay. Thank you very much. Next time, I hope I'll be able to spend the whole program with you.
No worries at all. We're grateful for whatever we can get. Now, there is a couple of other things I want to point out here because it's
guys, by the end of this, to have a 4,000 subscription for Carl's channel, so he can cross over 100,000. I'm a subscriber to his channel because I learned from it. So if you want to learn something about history, this is your opportunity. Subscribe to his channel, and also we can push the channel forward because you need to have rational voices like Carl's on the global stage here. So, all right, Carl, we got a lot to cover, and just for the community to know, we're going to be talking about Asia. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin's recent visits to China, because China is becoming now the hub for Western leaders flying over. And Carl's going to provide us an insights about all this. In addition to, we're going to be talking about the Japanese Prime Minister visit to wartime gesture in Australia. You really are in for a treat for that. Well, Carl, we're going to start with the recent combat in West Asia regarding the U.S.-Israel-Iran war. A lot of analysts, even here in the U.S., they've been arguing that this has drained now critical U.S. missile and air defense stockpile. And this is complicating the strategic, even though the U.S. thinks that they can deter China, but let's just go with this argument. This strategic deterrence into the Asia Pacific. How, in your opinion, will pause in a foreign military sales, for example, to Taiwan, affect what's going on in Asia?
Well, the pausing of military sale on Taiwan actually doesn't affect the military balance in Asia per se, because the whole goal of weapon sale to Taiwan is not actually helping Taiwan build up its defense capabilities. Because what traditionally happened is Taiwan will pay the top dollars up front, and then United States will take decades, often, sometimes 20 years, to deliver on what they have been promised. This is due to the bottleneck in U.S. production facility. As we know, the U.S. manufacturing has been so hollowed out. Now it's starting to affect the U.S. military-industrial complex. They just have so much backlogs. They will not be able to deliver those weapons in like any near-time future. And add to that, they have additional production woes because now they have the Chinese export control on rare earth. Right. But those American weapons do need a lot of critical minerals to go inside. So the whole reason for weapon sale to Taiwan is actually a grift opportunity for the U.S. military-industrial complex, because Taiwan has been the best customer, unlike Israel. United States just give money and weapons to Israel. Taiwan actually have to pay for top dollar. One of the famous Taiwanese opposition figure, Li Ao, he has famously said, like, we're like worse than dogs in this situation with United States, because they want Taiwan to be like U.S.'s watchdogs in East Asia against mainland China, but you at least feed your dogs. You bring food. You give food to your dogs, but you are asking us to pay for weapons? It's like we're being treated worse than dogs, right? Like how can you ask your guard dogs to pay for their own food? Everybody in Taiwan kind of understand this weapon sale is a way for them to pay protection money, so to keep the U.S. politicians happy, so they will be on Taiwan's side. Nobody, even the hardcore independent activists in Taiwan, they don't expect that it's going to be Taiwan using those weapons to fight mainland China. They actually expect U.S. to spend blood and treasure to fight China for them. So this is a major difference between the Taiwan perspective and Washington perspective. From Washington's perspective, they like Taiwan to be Ukraine in East Asia, to bully China. But even for the most hardcore Taiwan independent advocate, they rather have Americans to die and bleed for their independence. Like there was no plan for Taiwanese boys to go die on the beaches. And so all this weapon sale, it's just a blood infusion into the U.S. military-industrial complex, because Taiwan has accumulated a large dollar surplus as a result of their trade with U.S., particularly sale of manufacturing of semiconductors. So this is a way for U.S. to recycle those Taiwan's dollar surpluses back into the U.S. economy. It's not designed to actually fight China. I mean, like they're selling like really outdated weapons. The last batch of weapons that was delivered to Taiwan was Abrams tanks. Like what the heck are you gonna
do with those?
By the time you need to use those Abrams tanks, it'll be too late because the PLA have already landed. It's too late. So, the whole point is to continually make the U.S. military contractors happy, by fighting this unprovoked aggression against Iran, the U.S. Israel actually committed a grave mistake, because you have strategic deterrent when before you use it. the whole idea of strategic deterrent is you show, I have this large pile of weapons, I have all these supposedly capability, don't piss me off, I might use it. But once you actually use them and people realize, oh, that's all you got? And that's exactly what happened in the war in West Asia. 11 U.S. military bases have been rendered uninhabitable. The U.S. Navy had to pull a quite distance away from the Iranian coast, so they're outside of the Iranian missile barrage. And the whole idea of U.S. empire system in West Asia, which is U.S. will provide a security umbrella to the GCC countries, the Gulf Cooperation Council countries, in return for them to host, recycle their dollar surplus, which they gain from oil sales, back into U.S. Continue investment into U.S. stocks, bonds, and real estate. And also the U.S. AI bubble, because let's not forget, they don't actually have the money to pop up the AI bubble. They're expecting $500 billion for the Stargate project. They don't have $500 billion. They're expecting the oil sheiks of the Gulf to pay for that AI investment. Well, guess what? that money is not coming, because Kuwait hasn't sold any oil since the war started. And it just only recently that there was a couple Qatari LNG tanker was allowed to transit through Strait of Hormuz, but they were heading over to Pakistan, and that's more because Iran want to keep the relationship with Pakistan friendly, so they allow Qatari to continue to supply natural gas to Pakistan, because Pakistan and India has been particularly hard hit by the cutting off of gas and oil from the Gulf, because a lot of people in South Asia and Southeast Asia, where I am, a lot of people, they cook with gas. They go purchase like gas canisters from the grocery store. They come and they use that to cook, and that most of that oil is coming from the Gulf. So this is a serious issue, and for the Gulf countries, they have been living in a very cozy relationship with the United States. They were flying vassals to the U.S., whether on the issue of Israel or whatever. They have always been very happy to ply Donald Trump with a lot of gifts, airplanes and whatnot. But what they got instead was not protection, because the understanding, again, it was they're paying United States protection money. In return, they expect protection. Instead, by hosting the U.S. bases, instead of protection, they became target. They now inviting attacks by Iranian drones and missiles. And this is a lesson that's not lost for all the so-called U.S. partner countries, including countries in East Asia, Korea, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, Taiwan, Australia, because let's face it, China has magnitude more missiles and more advanced missiles than Iran. So if United States cannot handle Iran, forget about taking on China. That's a fantasy. And this calls into the question of the whole U.S.-led security structure all around the world, not just in West Asia. Because people can see, whoa, okay, so by hosting U.S. bases, actually it's worse for me, because that means I'm going to be a missile target. But let's be frank here. That was a U.S. plan all along for for Australia, South Korea, Japan, Philippines, etc. They were designed as Chinese missile sponges for United States. So they can absorb the maximum impact of Chinese missiles barrages. So there will be less missiles toward United States and its assets. But now people are wising up to this game, and they are, I bet, behind the scene they're also making preparations, making plan Bs, because this is all about again, this whole war exposed United States as the emperor with no clothes. U.S. military is actually a paper tiger. It has no military option, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, which, by the way, was open before they started this illegal war against Iran.
Yeah.
And this is why Trump has been huffing and puffing and then back down at the last minute. He keep on threatening to bomb Iran to the Stone Ages. And then just before Monday, the market opens, he's suddenly, really, because the GCC country begged me to stop. So I magnanimously granted their wishes. I mean, this is BS, man. Like, if U.S. could reopen Strait of Hormuz by force of arms, they would have done it by now.
That's true.
They can't, because they do not have the capability. And this is why we have a stalemate right now in the Gulf. Trump is playing a game of chicken. He's counting on his blockade to starve out the Iranian economy. So hopefully there will be like some kind of regime collapse, economic collapse that led to the regime collapse. But this is fantasy. Iran has been under Western sanction for so long. The Iranian people are more prepared to deal with hardship than Americans. Americans don't really know what hardship is, but they were about to find out when that shortage really hit. Because the shortage hasn't really hit yet. People have seen price increases all across the board, but that is price increase in anticipation of the real shortage, because of the long time delay for the oil to travel around the world. For the oil tanker to travel from Persian Gulf to the port of Los Angeles in LA, it takes about 50 days. And which means the last oil tanker that left the Persian Gulf before the war started already arrived in the port of Los Angeles about a week ago. So from now on, the real shortage is about to begin.
It's going to start.
And already, you are seeing 45% increase in farm bankruptcy over last month, and 70% of the U.S. American farmers said they can't afford the increase in diesel and fertilizer prices. This is why I don't buy the talk that this is Donald Trump's 5D chess to profit at the expense of everybody else, because U.S. is a large energy producer. No. Americans will be hurt too. The problem is that oil and gas they're globalized commodities. They're globally traded commodities. If the other countries can't get their oil and gas from Persian Gulf, they will buy it from elsewhere. Sometimes even buy it from America. But what that does is just raise the price up for everybody. And the oil company, they were more than happy to, American big oil companies, they're more than happy to ship the expensive LNGs from United States to Europe, to Asia, to make a big profit, which again pushed the price up for American domestic consumers. And this is, and also on top of that, U.S. don't have the capacity to make up for the loss of oil and gas coming from the Gulf. U.S. is a net oil importer. U.S. exports 3 million barrels of oil per day, but imports 6 million barrels of oil per day. The only thing that U.S. can export in abundance is natural gas. But again, like I said, the exporting American LNGs, the American LNG is very expensive to ship it all the way to India, to Japan, And this is great for American big oil companies. Shell just reported their quarterly earning report for the month of January to March. They doubled their profit from their last quarter. And if you think about it, the war really began at the end of February. So that means their next quarterly earning report is even going to be even more spectacular.
Yeah.
This is great for big oil, who actually funds Donald Trump, their traditional Republican donors.
Yeah.
But everybody else is paying for the price. All the Americans, we pay for the price at the pump. We pay price and the oil, because it goes like oil. U.S. is 40% more dependent on oil than China, because like all the trucks on the highway, all the diesels that's being used. It goes in factor into the price of everything. All the goods that needs to be shipped, prices, because the shipping price go up, because the fuel price has gone up, will go up. Plastics prices going up. Plastics made from oil. What else? Fertilizers. Fertilizers, nitrogen, potassium. Both the nitrogen and urea, they're synthesized using natural gas. Natural gas price has been rising, so the fertilizers price is going up. So even though U.S. is a large gas producer, even though United States is a net natural gas exporter, but because because it's a globally traded commodity, the price still goes up for the U.S. domestic consumers. It does not. It's great for big oil. It's bad for everybody else. But that's how U.S. system has been designed from the get-go. It's always funnel money to the top, right? Make the rich even richer. So Donald Trump is probably happy with it, but the American people will have to suffer through the consequences.
Yeah. And we will address more about this particular aspect when we get to the point of talking about Donald Trump's recent trip to China. I want to go back, Carl, briefly to Taiwan. And the reason I want to go back to this for two things. You mentioned one thing, of course, that no one else here in the U.S. addressed it. And last night, I had a conversation with a dear friend of mine. We were talking about this particular point. And I said, because when Donald Trump didn't talk about Taiwan when he was in China, and those are saying, oh, they put the sale on hold, whatever. I do know for a fact there is $11 billion on the table on hold right now. But that's not because Donald Trump just wanted to please President Xi. No. It's because of what you mentioned. Access to rare earth elements. We are running short on that, and that is the reason why. But I don't want to bring it about just this. I want to bring this about the Taiwan. When you mentioned, there are some now inside Taiwan thinking. And my reference is to the visit of this individual, Cheng Li-un. I hope I pronounced it correctly. And please correct me, Carl, if I did wrong. Now, she's the opposition, okay? She's the head of the KMT. Is this a signal, in your opinion, that there are voices inside Taiwan that is saying, you know what? We ain't going to be following what the Americans are saying. We're going to see the reality for what it is. Is this trip communicating that message?
Oh, definitely. Zheng Liwen, the chairwoman of KMT, she actually made it very explicit on a speech she given before she traveled to mainland China. She said, if you really love Taiwan, you do not want to turn Taiwan into a battlefield. We do not want to be the Ukraine of East Asia. She explicitly said that. I mean, like, I'm sure it's a lot of people got her message. Like, why would you want to be the pawn? Why would you turn yourself into a battlefield for the benefit of the United States? Nobody in Taiwan wants a war. And her aim is very simple. He's like, we should just repair our relationship with mainland China. So jaw is better than war. I mean, that's a well-received message. I think there's a political tectonic plate shift in Taiwan itself, because the more pro-independence DPP party, which has been ruling in Taiwan for more than a decade, they are getting very unpopular. Like people are just sick and tired of them because they've been ruling for so long. Taiwan's economic prospect hasn't improved over last year. Like Taiwan is facing the same problem as a lot of the Western advanced economies, is that the housing price is high. The youth face a very bleak economic future. They're not making, unlike their parents' generation and their grandparents' generation, where they can look forward to decades of economic growth ahead of them. What they face is economic stagnation. They're not looking like, they don't think things are going to get better 5 years from now, 10 years from now. And a lot of the wealth, again, is concentrated at the top. And Taiwan's main economic pillar right now is TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Corporation. And U.S. has done its best trying to hollow out TSMC. First they made TSMC to invest in the Arizona plant, and the whole idea of moving to Arizona is because they don't want the manufacturing in Taiwan anymore. They want the manufacturing in the United States. And Trump administration has been forcing TSMC to do technological transfer to Intel, which is American semiconductor firm that was in trouble. And Trump had actually explicitly said this in an interview when asked about Taiwan after his trip. Well, he said, well, Taiwan is very close to China, and it's very far from us, which is the truth. It's like, you got to be realistic. Like, there's not that much we can do about it. It's just a lot closer to China. I mean, that's actually the truth. And then to add to that, he added, he's like, by the way, I'm not happy about Taiwan stealing our semiconductor industry. So that TSMC is the sole pillar of holding up the Taiwan economy right now. But United States, whether through Trump administration or Biden administration, has been putting pressure on TSMC to move their production from Taiwan to United States, because they also are making contingency plans in case they lose Taiwan to mainland China. That's why they're trying to force them to move the manufacturing plant. But what does this mean for youth on Taiwan? It means they are facing a very increasingly cloudy economic outlook. U.S. is hollowing out the main competitive edge of the Taiwan economy. And, the prices on Taiwan is already high. A lot of young people can't afford to own their houses. They have to shack up with their parents. I mean, basically all the problem that the Zoomers in U.S. faces. So that's why the ruling party in Taiwan is not popular. And one of the ways the Taiwanese ruling party try to win votes is they want to distract public attention from the bleak economic situation by trying to stir up tensions with mainland China and say, oh, we are the defender of Taiwan, right? You have to, don't trust those KMT people. They're going to be sell out. They're going to sell out Taiwan to the CPC. But a boy can only cry wolf for so long. So like after 10 years of this, people are wising up and they're getting sick and tired of it. They're like, okay, why don't we just make friends? Why can't we just have a friendly relationship with mainland China instead? And especially when the power of mainland Chinese economy has been growing proportionally over the last decades. Now there's before the culture, Taiwan and Hong Kong used to have an outsized cultural influence on mainland China, just because they're more developed, they're more advanced economies in the 80s and 90s. I like all my older cousins, they will be able to sing songs like Hong Kong songs and Taiwan songs. But now, lately, that trend is starting to reverse. The mainland has a lot of more cultural production that's being exported to Taiwan to rest of Southeast Asia. And the Taiwanese government is actually saying, oh no, that's infiltration, that's the Chinese influence op. But I mean, there's really nothing to stop it because there's a natural language and cultural affinity. So people just go to what's cool, like China is cool now. And this is the way, this is why China has a lot of patience on the Taiwan issue. They understand time is on their side. Every year that goes by, their relative position vis-a-vis United States will continue to strengthen. If you compare, like, one thing everybody noticed that Donald Trump has been very obsequious in his trip to Beijing. He tried to really kiss up to Xi Jinping by saying, "Oh, we are such a great friends, have always a great relationship," and the reason he's on his best behavior this time is because since his last trip to China, which was 8 or 9 years ago, a lot has changed. I mean, China today in 2026 is totally different from China in 2016 when Donald Trump first became president. In 10 years, China has got a lot more powerful, and that it showed during the tariff war when China pushed back and said, "You know what? No rare earth for you," and U.S. has no recourse to that. So this is why China can afford to wait out the Taiwan issue. The economic and cultural cloud of mainland China will continue to grow, and you will naturally draw the younger population. Another thing is the people, the youth in Taiwan, they also follow the Western trend. The Western trends right now is China maxing. All the young people, all the Zoomers in U.S. are China maxing right now. So that also has an impact. It has a roundabout way to influence youth in Taiwan. So China is cool now. Like now, this is making a changing people's perception of mainland China. People no longer see us as big bad Cold War enemy. So that is why China is very patient. What China does not want is they do not want the red line of Taiwan declaring independence to be crossed. So this is why they repeatedly make that point to Donald Trump, and then Donald Trump this time also reiterated that they do not support Taiwan independence, and so that China is happy with that. China is happy with that promise, and as long as the red line of de jure independence is not declared, China is patient enough to let the status quo riding out. China has already been patient for the last 70 years. China can afford to wait another 10 years. Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. And you are right about the young generation in Taiwan. They are, if I may use the term, and I'm not judging here, but they are clueless as to what's going on. When I was there, I have made it my goal to address and talk to young generation. You run to some in a coffee shop, whatever, and you just strike a basic conversation. And my objective for striking that conversation, I wanted to know and learn. And they've been consuming too much of the American propaganda regarding democracy and all that. And I asked them, well, I remember one guy I asked, and I said, do you have an understanding of the complexity of the issue? Do you understand that if a war breaks out with China, you will be wiped out? I mean, do you understand how severe that is? Well, no, the Americans will come and protect us. I said, you might want to think that twice again. The U.S. is not coming to defend you, and the U.S. will not defend you.
Well, I mean, everybody knows if the shit hits the fan, a lot of the upper middle class,
they're gonna flee.
They will pack their bags and they will make their way to Irvine, Irvine, California.
Which is true. True. So this leads us to talk now about Donald Trump's visit, because you mentioned the economy aspects of it, which, by the way, you are absolutely correct. Prices are going up here. I live here, of course. Prices are going. Even for us in the state of Texas, we're not getting used to see a gallon of gas crosses $4. They're like, what? in some other parts, Carl, they're about $6 or $7. Again,
I'm old enough to remember there was a time the U.S. gas price is less than $1 back in early 2000.
Yeah.
Before the Iraq War.
Yeah, I used to pump at 99 cents. Sometimes
Yes.
98.
Yes.
So, and this wanted to ask this, Carl. Given the visit, I know it happened and all that stuff, but I wanted to have your insight and perspective, and not only the analysis aspect, but the historical facts of this. It's not that. Do you think it looks like Trump returned to Washington empty-handed? Is this the message that that Beijing was talking to Washington on an equal footing, and Washington didn't come to realize, oh, we are in a different time?
Well, I think the whole trip was very ad hoc on Trump's administration part. First of all, this is a trip that Trump really wanted. They're the one who was announcing way in advance that Trump is going to visit. Trump wants to go see Xi Jinping, and China only confirmed their trip like at the last minute, like a couple of days before Trump. Like, okay, yeah, Trump. I know Trump is coming. And on the day that Trump was plane was to arrive in Beijing, on People's Daily front page, the biggest headline was the President Xi Jinping receives a visit from the president of Tajikistan. And on the side column is, oh yeah, Donald Trump is flying into Beijing too. And so I mean, this is again, Trump wanted this trip as a photo op opportunity to present himself as a world leader, because he wanted to get away from Epstein file, his failure in the Strait of Hormuz. This is an opportunity for him to present to the American people. Oh, look, I'm well respected in China. People come out with flowers. They greet me with flowers. Like they treat me with great respect. And for that, okay, China gave him that. China gave it. It's like, okay, that's okay. We can give you face, no problem. That's easy. We'll throw a couple of going orders your way too. We'll throw you a bone. But they just didn't come. I mean, look at compared to the Russian visit, the following visit by President Vladimir Putin. Putin brought out who is who of the Russian bureaucracy, all the government agencies to come here to do deals with the Chinese counterparts. Whereas besides, Marco Rubio and Secretary of War.
Do you mean Marco Lu?
So that's funny because China placed sanction on Marco Rubio while he was a senator for accusing China of committing genocide in Xinjiang. And instead of taking off the sanction, which China could do, China can just waive the sanction. Instead of doing that, they just changed his Chinese name, using a different Chinese character to transliterate his Chinese name. So I think that's a reminder. So we could take off your sanction, but we decided to do this thing just that's a reminder. That's a reminder. This is what we could do. And, they could just permanently waive the sanction. It's within their power, but they're like, no, we'll leave the sanction in place. We'll just change your name. So it does not violate our own laws. But anyway,
does that name, then, by the way, Carl, does this name mean anything?
No. It's just a different. It's just a different. So there are many homophone Chinese characters. They just choose a different Chinese character for his name. So it's just a funny side thing. But besides Marco Rubio and Pete Hegseth, like who else, among the U.S. government did Trump bring? It's just Trump's own son and his daughter-in-law. And it was like this again. This was an opportunity for Trump to do photo ops. It's like there's no usually this type of summit. They would have long negotiation while beforehand, so they can announce some deal at the summit. But since this is a photo op for Trump, that's what Trump got. Trump got the opportunity to pose himself in front of camera like the reality TV show host that he really is. He during the honor inspection of the honor guard. He was trying to like act as the host, showing showing President Xi around. I mean, this guy's ridiculous.
You know what I found also interesting, Carl, is when President Xi Jinping, I'm sure you heard or listened to his speech, when he mentioned Thucydides. And I don't think so Trump got it. I don't think
Trump know how to pronounce Thucydides. I think like I was really surprised when Trump said, President Xi called U.S. a declining power. And I was like, really? I mean, like, no Chinese leader would ever be so undiplomatic like that. Then what I realized what happened was because President Xi Jinping was speaking about Thucydides trap. Yeah. And he said, and President Xi's whole message is that we don't have to fall into the trap. It's not inevitable that we should clash. We just avoid the trap altogether. We can coexist. That's his message. But because Donald Trump doesn't understand Thucydides trap, which is actually a term coined by American Harvard historian Graham Allison, so he had to have some people to explain to him. And when people explained to him the whole concept of Thucydides trap, okay, there was the Peloponnesian War between a rising power, the Sparta, and the declining power, Athens. The clash is inevitable because the current the declining power Athens want to keep its power. You want to keep the rising power Sparta down. So that was the idea of Thucydides trap. So when Trump heard that, he's like, so he's calling United States a declining power. And that's what he got out of that conversation. And
he didn't get it.
Yeah, and that's a lot of, this is really due to kind of the American leadership's mindset of zero sum. For them to win, everybody have to lose. So even when Xi Jinping, the only reason Xi Jinping is using Thucydides trap, because he thought, okay, by using the term coined by American historian, he thought he's speaking their language. Right. But look, we're dealing with Donald Trump here. There's no way Donald Trump read Thucydides. There's no way he know how to pronounce Thucydides. So like all they got out of it, China called U.S. a declining power. Yeah. No. Xi Jinping says we don't have to fight. We can be partners. Sure. We can cooperate. He said the world is big enough for United States and China. That's his whole point. His whole point is saying, okay, all this Thucydides trap business, that's bullshit. That's American BS. We don't have to follow that. That's what he really trying to say. But all the Americans just heard, he called U.S. a declining power. And then Donald Trump tried to spin it to his own benefit. But he said, but it is true. It's all because of Sleepy Joe that made America decline. No. But I turned the things around. And that is why they respected me. That's why they had people waving flowers to welcome me, because I made America great again. Because again, whole Donald Trump platform of making America great again is actually based on the premise that America is declining. America is a declining power. That's why you need to make America great again. Right. Yeah. And he's taking credit for doing that, which, people don't understand. Trump is actually very popular in China, but he's not popular in the reason that Fox. Yeah, he's not popular in the way that Fox TV show host thinks it is. He's popular because everybody in China thinks Trump is the best president of the United States for China. Because Trump is there to accelerate the decline of American empire, which he did very well.
By the way, were you aware of the incident with Fox that got a ticket in China for violating the law? And they want to start complaining about the cameras.
And this guy. So this is a Fox News guy, right? Like, if the Fox News. This is where I think they lost it, because for the Fox boomer audience, they actually would want like rule of law in the United States. They would want like the transgression to be punished. People get locked up, and you're telling them China actually enforces laws, and not only that, he was lying, because in Beijing, where he claimed he got a ticket, the procedure is you will get a text message, which give you 10-minute grace period to move your car if you park illegally. And then within the 10 minutes, if you don't move your car, then you get a ticket. So they must park there more than 10 minutes, because he claimed he only parked 2 minutes, which is probably BS. And then Chinese citizen actually caught him, filmed him walking in the bicycle lane, like a very busy bicycle lane.
I saw it, Carl. I saw
when all the scooters are just trying to skirt by him. Like, I am like, what the heck is he doing? And you're complaining about, he was saying, oh, in China, nobody jaywalks. Like, soon the camera will catch you, and then they will get you. And there he is, walking in a very busy bicycle lane, blocking everybody. And Shanghai Daily journalist Andy Borhan actually had a good theory. He's like, oh, he's doing this on purpose to interrupt the traffic in hope a Chinese policeman would show up and stop him, and then he will have that in camera and say, oh, look at the Chinese police state, look at the Chinese aggression. Instead, people just ignore him, trying to go around him, and he looked like a fool, like walking, just like this lumbering American fool walking in the middle of the bike lane, blocking everybody. But that's Fox News for you.
Yeah, no, I saw it, and I was like, I've been in China, and I know how the laws are regarding where you need to walk and all that. You don't see anybody walking in those lanes. Those are for bikes.
I mean, it's dangerous. It's dangerous for you, your own house. Like, you can get run over.
Yeah, they run very fast for that. So, that's very, very interesting. I want to just mention one point here before we move to the next theme here, which just back to Xi Jinping, the series comment. For me, Carl, you know why it was surprising? It was surprising because it's the first time. I've been following now China since literally late 90s. And no head of state ever brought up something like that. And that's what surprised me. And I said to myself, this is measured. President Xi will not say this in vacuum. There is a specific message. But of course, the taco didn't get it. Of course, that's the way it is. It's embarrassing. It's embarrassing for a head of state not to understand what the series Trapped is all about. I felt embarrassed as an American. I really felt embarrassed. We don't have a president who is well versed in world affairs and understanding.
I mean, that was already plenty obvious when during the war in Strait of Hormuz, because you have all these Iranian leaders who are trained in the Kantian philosophy, right? And then you have in United States, we just rule by bad TV personality like Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth. What was Pete Hegseth's last job? His last job was a Fox live show host, and so was Donald Trump. So Donald Trump was a reality TV show host. I mean, it's not the same caliber, man. It's not the same.
It was very, very embarrassing. So let's move on to talk about the recent action by a prime minister of Japan, which we all know, the controversial one. And this one has to do with her of course, we all know about Japanese atrocities, war crimes, the historic wartime or atrocities they've committed in many, many Asian countries. What I found interesting, Carl, and please, if you can shed some light on this historically, why Japan decided to go to Australia, for this historic wartime gesture. So what does it mean when Japan went to Australia but did not issue an apology to, let's say, China for what happened in Nanjing?
I mean, if she had done in China what she did in Australia, the whole Japan-China relationship would be like at the next level. They're like a lot of the historical enmity would just collapse right there. But she actually more than 10 years ago, when she was a congresswoman in the Japanese parliament, she actually challenged then the Japanese prime minister for trying to offer an apology over World War II Japanese atrocities in China and in other Asian countries. It's just like, what do you mean? Like, why? You only apologize if it's a war of aggression, but what is the definition of war of aggression? Like, come on! I'm like, come on! Are you trying to say that the Japanese World War II action in the Asian country are now a war of aggression? I mean, this is why, like, she's not a. She's a hated figure in China because her wartime revisionism was well known. But then there she is, while traveling to Australia, she went to the World War II memorial in Australia, and she kneeled down and placed a flower. And this is the way that was perceived in China. It's like, okay, so she would do this to white countries. She would apologize to white countries, but adopt a completely different attitude to fellow Asian countries. And especially, like when her visit to Trump, like she was all fawning over him and then playing the total fangirl. And this is a country that actually dropped 2 atom bombs in Japan, and like this is a kind of the this is why some people say, okay, these Japanese right-wing politicians, they only respect force. They only respect, there's only one language that they understand, the language of force. Because American firebombed Tokyo, because U.S. dropped 2 atomic bombs and occupied Japan. This is why they act very obsequious toward United States and other U.S. partner white countries, like majority countries like Australia. But they would not, they would not do the same in China or Korea. Why? Because they don't seem, they feel, I think they feel themselves like they're better. They're like the better class of Asians, right? It's like, I don't need to apologize to you. You are below me. But toward the American Australians, now they place themselves a little bit below, and they act as it's like a hierarchy. But people in Asia, particularly China and Korea, they see this. They know what's going on, and they don't like it. And this is like, it's very simple. If she has done that gesture at the Australian World War II memorial in China or in Korea, a long way to heal the historical wound. But he would never do that. She will never do that because she knows she is appealing to her own very right-wing voter base in Japan. This is why she continued to play tough with China, and then she said she would Japan would involve in a war over Taiwan. I mean, that was completely unnecessary. And on the other hand, United States, who have this, Japan is ultimately still a client state of United States. But you have Donald Trump go to China and say, well, Taiwan, it's very close to China, very far from us. And then Japan is the one that volunteers, like, we got to be involved in a Taiwan war. I think there's a couple of reasons for that, because Japan also rightly recognized that United States is withdrawing. It's facing resource constraint all around the world, so it's actually pivoting away from East Asia. But what Japan wants to do is they want to step into the void. They want to fill the vacuum that was left behind by United States by taking this opportunity to remilitarize. Because that's one of the agenda of Sanae Takaichi from all along. Because her and the right-wing Japanese politicians like her, they think Japan has not been a normal country since World War II, because they got the peace constitution imposed by the United States, which says U.S. is not allowed to have a military force, only a self-defense force, and they cannot deploy those self-defense force for purpose other than self-defense. For example, outside of Japan's territory, and so for years they tried to scrap the peace constitution, particularly the Article 9 of the peace constitution, but the peace constitution is actually very powerful, very popular among the Japanese public. So they can't outright just repeal the constitution and remove it. So they try to, starting from her predecessor Shinzo Abe, they try to reinterpret what that peace constitution Article 9 means. It said, well, okay, well, we need to defend ourselves. So in contingencies or in wars around the country of Japan, we should be able to deploy our military to help our allies, in this case, United States. But even then, they did not specifically mention Taiwan, right? I mean, like the whole Taiwan issue is just a way for the Japanese right-wing politicians to as an excuse to remilitarize Japan, so they can be "quote unquote" normal country again. They will be able to deploy Japanese military abroad. So Shinzo Abe's administration already "quote unquote" reinterpreted the constitution that would allow Japan to send troops abroad. So Japan sent some not combat troops, but like
no, it was
troops.
a unit. Yes.
Yeah, during Iraq War for United States, and now they're saying, okay, we could do more, right? Because the Japanese military also has been structured to serve as a support role for U.S. Navy. For example, like a lot of they're actually quite good in terms of like anti-submarine warfare and stuff like that, and that was their role. So the Japanese Navy will specialize on the anti-submarine warfare for the U.S. Navy, for the U.S. 7th Fleet. But that is a way for the Japanese right-wing politicians, again, to kind of covertly shift the stance of shift the role of the Japanese military to allow them to deploy outside of Japan and to have "quote unquote" a normal military, a normal country. That has been their goal all along. And so this is why Sanai Takaichi is pursuing this that looks outwardly contradictory a stance, even while United States was kind of backing off on all this Taiwan issue. Japan is like being really gung-ho and aggressive, saying we will get involved because that's their excuse to rearm themselves and to rearm, because they this is how they approve a large increase on the Japanese defense
budget, which went up. It went up. I've been following that last year, and I'm not saying I'm being alarmed, but I am surprised at the percentage involved in that for that.
It's a big increase because I think Japan right now is facing some tough economic times. The Japanese car industry has been one of the sole bright spot in Japanese economy after United States imposed Plaza Accord on them in 1980s. But now the Japanese car industry is facing some serious competition from Chinese EVs. So I think their goal is to okay, you know what? If we can't compete on building better cars, we can shift our production toward making weapons. towards the defense industry, right? So that in the short term, you will boost the economy. Like that. That's the same. That's just how Hitler did it before World War II. Shift a lot of investment into the defense industry. So it looks good on the GDP figures. Like the economy is growing quickly, expanded employment. So this is something that Japan is trying to do right now. They're trying to shift resources into the defense industry to offset kind of the declining economic growth.
Yeah, that's very. I'm keeping an eye on it. I'm especially when there was a conversation in Brussels, and even when I was in Europe recently, and I had a talk with someone brought that issue back because a year and a half ago, when Biden was still in office, it was a conversation inside the halls of NATO in Brussels, and the conversation was about opening the office of NATO in Tokyo, in Japan. And right there to me was like, okay, why would you want to go to that length to open up, given the history of Japan in Asia? Oh, they said, no, that was just for administrative. No, it has nothing to do with that. Unless Japan will be considering sort of increasing its defense budget. And that's exactly 3 months later, they announced the increase of there. And I'm like, you can see the dots here, where this is going.
That's what they also try to do in Europe. This is why they're asking all the NATO countries to increase their defense budget to 5% of their GDP, which is crazy. Even United States today do not spend 5% on defense, and this is because, again, Europe faces the same problem. Their manufacturing sector is under pressure, so they're like, okay, let's shift production to tanks.
I do know some departments inside the U.S. government, mainly will be about the Pentagon. This gesture by Takahashi to Australia, to them, it said, well, this means a lot for the Quad, has nothing to do with, which I don't buy that argument anyway, because to me was, if she is to apologize to Australia, you may as well apologize to the rest of Asia. I saw the images in Nanjing. I had a chance to go and saw with my own eyes. Horrific. What a human being can do to another human being.
If a Japanese prime minister had done what the German prime minister did in Wasa, the famous Wasa Neo, all the historical enmity would evaporate overnight. But no Japanese prime minister have done that. If Sanai Takeichi did what she did at the World War II Memorial in Australia, if she went to Nanjing and did that, a lot of the historical bad memory will evaporate. But she would not do that because, again, her purpose is not to repair relationship between Japan and China. Her relationship is continue to stoke tensions in order to justify rearming the Japanese military, to boosting the Japanese defense industry. That is her goal.
Very, very interesting. Well, we are coming to the top of the hour here, Carl. I want to just ask you one question before I turn the floor for you for last word. And what I wanted to ask is, how do you see the conflict in West Asia moving forward?
Yeah, this could go on longer than what anybody expected, because again, the Iranian demand for ending the standoff is very clear. Iran want a security guarantee that they would not be attacked again by U.S. and Israel, and for that to happen, they need the U.S. military to get the F out of West Asia, taking all its withdraw from all the military bases. And they want to keep enriched uranium without being bothered, and they want U.S. to lift all sanctions. And they want U.S. to recognize the Iranian control of Strait of Hormuz. All these demands are kind of anathema to the U.S. empire, because accepting any of these demands would mean utter defeat of the U.S. empire in West Asia. That's it. It's gone. The U.S. imperial system will collapse. This is why Donald Trump find it very hard to accept those terms, and this is why he is he's dragging this out by playing a game of chicken with Iran by doing this blockade on blockade. Again, I don't think that will work because, like I said, Iranian people are a lot more prepared for handling hardship. Not so much Americans. Americans have been living pretty well, pretty pampered lives, and now when the shortage really hit, it's gonna be bad. So right now, I think there hasn't been enough consequences for U.S. There hasn't been enough pain suffered by the U.S. that pressured Donald Trump. So this is why I think it will be drawn out. But in a few months' time, when the shortages really hit, I think things might be different. But at this point, Donald Trump is trying to drag this out as long as possible.
Yeah.
He has no off ramp because really not up to him right now to end the war. He can't end the war if he accepts Iranian demands. But again, this is going to be very, very hard to swallow for American deep state to just give up on their imperial project in West Asia, and not to mention Israel. There's one actor that want to keep this war going, is Israel. And I still believe this is the reason this war was fought in the first place, because Netanyahu's government saw this as their best chance to get American directly involved in a war against Iran, to remove this biggest obstacle to their greater Israel project. They would not want that. They would not let that go so easily. This is why we might be in it for the long haul. At least for for the next few months, which will be bad because the window on the spring planting season is already closing. And that means farmers not getting their fertilizers. There will be a much reduced yield toward end of the year. There will be food shortages globally. It will be really bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you shared this, because I want the community to hear your perspective about the outcome or what lies ahead for the U.S., Israel, Iran war. So I'll give you the last word, Carl, and especially if you could please mention something about where do you see the future of the U.S.-China relations, given what just happened?
Well, actually, I think there might be a short-term stability in U.S.-China relationship as a result of the Trump's visit, because, like I said, United States have finally realized they're going to have trouble to contain China. They're going to have trouble to have a confrontation with China. So they will, simply hunker down for the next few months to concentrate on other areas, pivot to other areas. So one spot to keep an eye out for is Cuba, because Marco Rubio, he has presidential aspirations for 2028, and Latin America is his baby. This is, the whole Venezuelan operation. That is his brainchild, and the one of the reasons for United States to go after Venezuela is to cut off oil shipment to Cuba, so they might realize, okay, China is too tough. It is too tough a nut to crack. Let's go after something smaller and more feasible for us. So I have a feeling they might go after Cuba next. This, because they already realize they cannot take on Iran. So that area, they'll probably just let it simmer, drag it out as long as possible, and then that will allow them to shift their resources to try to do something in Cuba.
Well, Carl, very, very interesting, very informative, very constructive as always. We truly appreciate you carving out time for us here.
Coffee. Follow me.